Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. Jordan. Austin Scott. Jordan.
I'm
David
here.
Scott.
I'm just
Jeffries.
checking
Scott
to make
of
sure the
Virginia.
microphone is where it
Jeffries.
wants to
Self.
be.
Jordan. Sessions. Jordan. Sewell.
It looks right. That one gentleman that
Jeffries.
Bear
Sherman.
or Board, Bard.
Jeffries.
Anyway, he was right.
Cheryl. Jeffries.
Of course
Simpson.
it has. Of course it has. BBBYQ was wiped out in bankruptcy, but Doobie-Wah,
Slotkin.
it's the new company,
Jeffries.
which I thought was Butterfly,
Smith
but
of
then
Missouri.
somebody said that's not it. So
Jordan.
see, I just don't know enough. But the judge
Smith of
approved.
Nebraska.
The judge
Jordan.
allowed the creditors to
Smith of
align
New Jersey.
with
Jordan.
equity and create
Smith of
a new
Washington.
co,
Jeffries.
which also might have ownership. So that's
Smucker.
what I don't know. If it's 50%
Jordan.
creditors, 50% equity
Sorensen.
in Butterfly, or if it's
Jeffries.
50% Butterfly and
Soto.
then equity and creditors
Jeffries.
get 50%. But the
Spamberger.
new co has $200 million
Jeffries.
and a $1.7 billion NOL.
Sparks.
And to me, if it's going through
Stansberry.
the process of the bankruptcy trustee,
Jeffries.
there's a possibility that there's pressure on that new co for a squeeze. And you
Jeffries.
should have
Stauber.
shares in that new co, from what I
Osterman.
understand. But I am not an expert. I'm doing that after I duked it out on this call with several people. And yeah, of course it's disappeared, but I think you still will have some ownership in something.
Steele. Jordan. Stefanik. Jordan.
You know, Mr. Coriander, one
Style.
time
Jordan.
I was out late at this
Steuben.
after hours party,
Jordan.
and I was
Stevens.
younger,
Jeffries.
and this absolutely stunning, gorgeous
Jeffries.
woman
Strong.
was my companion
Jordan.
for
Swalwell.
at least for a
Jeffries.
nice period of the
Sykes.
evening.
Jeffries.
And
Takano.
she went to UVA. She was
Jeffries. Tenney. Jordan.
Anyway, I won't
Canadar.
describe her, but she was
Jeffries.
absolutely lovely,
Thompson
just
of
stunning,
California.
and a great person and a lot of fun.
Jeffries.
And I asked her
Thompson of Mississippi.
if a lot of men
Jeffries.
fell in love with her or
Thompson
asked her
of
out when
Pennsylvania.
she was in college.
Jordan.
And she looked at me and she said,
Tiffany.
"Is that a serious question?"
Jordan.
That's my only response to you, Mr.
Timmons.
Coriander. Is that a
Jordan.
serious question?
Titus. Jeffries. Talib.
Yeah, we'll talk facts only. Oh, sorry. I'm listening to the vote.
Talib.
I'm listening for the vote on
Kakuta.
the
Jeffries. Tonko.
Speaker of the House. I have a
Jeffries.
feeling it's going to
Torres
go
of
down in
California.
flames again. But
Jeffries.
I personally
Torres of New York.
would find it refreshing to
Jeffries.
see what Jordan could do. He seems
Trahan.
to not be bought by K
Jeffries.
Street, but they all are bought.
Trone.
Well, she's naming all the congressmen. The stream I'm
Turner.
following doesn't give the total.
Jordan. Underwood.
And of course, it's ABC.
Jeffries.
It wouldn't. But I couldn't
Valadeo.
find PBS.
Van Drew.
Let me see if I can find PBS or someone.
Jordan. Van Dyne.
So I can give you the score.
Van Orden.
Here's Script. Oh no, that's not. That's Scripps News. That's not going to be it. I don't want to do. I don't want to do Washington Post. Here's ABC News. Here's Wall Street Journal. Let's see what if they show. Oh, that's for the second one. YouTube does such a filter that it's hard. All right, CNN. I hate clicking CNN.
Jordan.
Uh,
Winstrup.
Let's try this one. It's just somebody talking.
They own the fallout from that. I mean, you can only do what you can do. Republicans have the majority. So we can make our case.
Jeffries.
I can't get the tally. I don't know what the tally. Where's Arca?
Jeffries. Williams of Georgia.
All right, Jennifer.
Williams of New York.
Williams.
Jordan.
They got to be almost done.
Williams of Texas.
They got to be almost done.
Jordan. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. Jordan.
Mr. Coriander, the cost of goods sold
Jordan.
in their top-up business, I don't know it, but it's very small. It's like a grocery store level. Is it 4%? Is it 8%?
Jordan.
They buy minutes at a discount,
Zinke.
and then they sell them at par. But
Jordan.
the benefit of that revenue, and let's say it's 4%, maybe it's as high as 8% of a boost. But the benefit of that revenue is that it is repetitive, it's safe, and it continually grows, and it locks them into a partnership with China Mobile, China Telecom, and I always forget the third one. And so that's one aspect of their business, huge profits. The other aspect is their texting business, which they've backed off of right now, partly because China was in a lockdown, partly because it doesn't have high margins, and partly because they're moving to a third part of their business, which is rich content services. Rich content services is designed for the 5G phones. That has a much higher profit margin, and that's coming on stream now. I don't know the numbers except that it is a significantly improved profit margin. It's a way to get advertising directly to 1.5 billion phones, or whatever percentage go through finger motion. Their fourth area is the insurance companies deals, Met Re, Pacific Re. We don't know those deals, but I imagine once they get going, they're going to be high profit margin. The fourth thing is they're going to do Apple Care. They're going to get $25 out of every $100 spent as a mandatory cost to warranty whatever percentage of 1.5 billion phones. That's going to be 25%. That is probably 90% profit margin. It's massive. And then they have their Juji Netscape business, Netscape-like business, Netflix. I don't know what the profit margin is on 100 million people downloading movies, but I would imagine it's very high. And I'm leaving one out. Big data. Big data is what made Snow a multi-billion-dollar IPO. And big data, I don't know the margins, but it's huge. You're selling data, and that's coming online. So, Mr. Coriander, you're going to move from the very low grocery store profit margins to high-tech profit margins and insurance company profit margins and warranty profit margins in a heartbeat now, third quarter, fourth quarter. So it's a huge story. All right, let's call the hamster. Yeah, I'm here. I'm. Go ahead. I'm going to try to get you on the.
Everybody in on my side?
Yeah, I'm going to try to get you in on the speaker here.
All right, everybody. I'm merged in William, and we have our people that dialed in on the call-in number. Is everybody all right?
Yeah,
William?
I'm just trying to get. I'm trying to get you on this better speaker, which it is not doing. Let me see if it'll give me that chance. No, but we'll just go with this for now, and I'll fiddle with.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, nor do I care. But anyway, here we go.
Exactly.
This is not the buy or sell. This is our opinion about security fraud, naked short selling, you name it, by two guys giving your opinion. This is not legal advice, like Richard from Not Legal Advice says all the time. And we'll just go from the get-go. All right, some news from yesterday. A message was sent to somebody, to our big... And the message was sent towards me. We know who you are. They know our big holder.
Hey, Ham, could you start that sentence again? Because there was a blip. My side, not your side, but you're sounding great now. Just start that whole riff.
Yesterday, a message was sent to somebody we know, not to me, to someone else. So our big holder got the message that Jeffrey Easton is not happy with his name being spread all over Twitter and everywhere else, that he's a criminal, doesn't like it, his family's upset, and that they know who we are, including myself and our big holder. Now, I don't know what his attempt was to reach out to do what he's doing, but I went to my attorneys and they deem it as a serious threat. And I was told to report it to the authorities as a death threat. Okay, so people, this is not a fun and game. We're sitting here that these guys are trying to knock this back down. We're trying to take it up, blah, 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 for settlement. The SEC, unfortunately, has left us all hanging in the wind against people that potentially could lose billions of dollars and go to jail. We're ending their crime family way, whatever the hell they've been doing all these years. And so we have to take this as a serious threat. And I just want to let everybody know that I reached out to the authorities and to our attorneys, and we are taking it serious. I don't call them up threatening them. I use facts, information, toxic loans, their history, their past on what they do. If anybody would just follow the sell tickets and the money, all their plays have the same pattern. Avid Trader did a great video about 5 of their plays that all went to zero, down to pennies. He left out one of my favorites, SYTA. You can watch his video. That stock went from 10 to pennies. They reversed it. And I forgot the number they reversed it to, but it's back down to 2 again. So they destroyed this company 3 times. And it's all related to Lynn Partners. So again, they want to play the game and threaten people's lives. We go to the authorities and we let them know.
And then when it hurts, they cry.
And when it hurts, they cry. And they're unhappy. Their family's seeing their name all over Twitter. They don't like it. So they sent a message yesterday through somebody we know.
But they destroy families. They destroy companies. They destroy investors. And then, oh my gosh, it's hurting our family. They're seeing our name in the paper.
Right.
I have no respect for Jeff Easton.
Well, the gentleman that gave us the obviously the threat, he has an issue now because if anything does happen, he's going down with them. So I just want to congratulate him for opening his big mouth. Just like the gentleman that gave me the death threat in GTII, we saved his information also. So again, death threats, we take them serious. We're not fooling around. And we report them to the authorities as we get them. This is something the U.S. government has allowed these guys to do. It's like having a crime family in charge of the equity markets. They need to stop this immediately. All right. So again, we're not going away. We can see the manipulation daily. I told you I had a friend yesterday that bought a lot of stock and he was buying at 667. And he told me that he bought the stock. He's never had so many tickets come at him at the same time. And you say, what does that mean? Well, he had a big bid there, and you couldn't see it. And they were selling 200, 300, 100, 150, 300, 200, 800, 400. For 2 hours, they'd hit him with small orders, like a machine gun all day long. He couldn't believe it. I don't know. I don't know. I have to ask him how many tickets he actually had. But the way it sounded like he, at the time, he had, about 100 tickets of all small amounts just keep coming in. And no one sells stock like that. You have 100 retail investors all sell their 200, 500, 800 all at the same time, trying to knock out a bid. I mean, to me, that is a classic. They're just trying to attempt to see how many shares you are bidding for, and until they finish knocking you out. And when they finish knocking them out, you saw the onslaught yesterday on the close, trying to mark it lower. All right, that's their game, trying to move it lower towards the market on the close. I put up the bar chart. You can see they sold over 150,000 in one sale, just selling it at the market, trying to knock it down. All right, trying to knock it down. So there were buyers there, thank God, because they suck it up. But again, accumulation is how you win. These manipulative trades, and just let me change it for 1 second. Manipulation in the equity markets is here to do one thing: get people to panic and sell. People on margin get taken out. They need more margin. You name it. That's what it's all about. And I look at it as Tesla. Okay, it's down $22 today. This is a company that's on the forefront of every brilliant technology idea that's been out there for a long time. And, again, granted, in the beginning, he didn't have it, but now he does. But they continue to manipulate the stock to get people to panic and sell. You may have bought Tesla on margin, and you're going to panic and sell it. And, just like if anyone bought an option there, they kill it. It's the same patterns. Take away this manipulation. People won't be forced to panic out, and they let companies play it out, and let's see what they're going to do over time. Let's see them go through their business plan. Let's see them grow as a company. You don't have that opportunity. Tesla is a monster, and it can dig its way back out of it. Most companies cannot dig their way out of these attacks. And Avid put up the videos of the companies that Lynn destroyed, and one of them is RWLK, which actually helps people that are handicapped walk in these robotic machines and get standing upright, and it teaches them to walk again. So if you had a stroke or a terrible accident and you cannot walk, the machine will assist you in walking. They destroyed that company, and it reversed itself, and it's so on and so forth. But they destroyed these companies. It's 68 cents. How many 68 cents companies can help people walk? I don't know many of them. But they wanted to destroy this thing for one reason: to line their pockets. They couldn't give a shit about anyone that needed the help. I don't know what the other companies have done, in their portfolio, but these guys give companies millions of dollars. They go to pennies. They're rich. Everyone is busted out broke. Warren Buffett couldn't take these hits. All these guys invest in are losing ideas. Think about that. Every company these guys invest in is a loser. Eventually, you got to stop investing. Yet they continue going on as though we'll keep losing money because that's the type of guys we are. We believe in everybody. They're full of shit. They're stealing. They're looting. They're killing companies. They're killing investors, ruining lives. You name it. That's what they do. And now, are they in the business of threatening people's lives? In my life, I believe that that's what they just did. Right? They're in the business of now, to me, is threatening my life and my family's life because they're losing money, them and their friends or their partners, and they're sending a message yesterday to a third party. All right, so I look at that, and they actually sent the message to our big holder. They know who he is. They know where he lives. They know where he comes from because he's the one that told me about it. All right, yesterday I was running around New York City, and that's what I came home to last night. All right, so again, I don't take it lightly. I reached out to attorneys. We need to go to law enforcement and let them know again that we feel threatened, and I have to do it again. So again, people, this is serious stuff. and you can watch the manipulation. They're going to jail when this gets blown up. I told you, my idea is that they're going to eventually drag down Jeffries. We'll go bust from this thing, and it'll be a complete shit show on the street. All right, but Finger Motion is leading the charge. They know we got them. They're not stupid. They put 2 fake stories out in a few days. There's 23 new bashes put up. They're trying to borrow shares. The rate's through the roof. The naked short number keeps going up. They're doing all that stuff out of desperation. Right? This game is coming to an end. There's so many things that are on our side. Even the SEC is sending out messages that this is coming to an end, going after stock loan, which we just described. How are they borrowing shares if their rate is through the roof? There's no shares. Everyone's showing me from their old platforms, 0 shares to lend, 0 shares to lend. Where are they getting the stock from that they sell at the market? They're selling counterfeit shares. It's relentless, and that's what they do. William, do you have any questions? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just saw this one, which is interesting. Trading in London is halted. Is that related to short selling? We don't know, but that's interesting. My question, did you see bank earnings? The big banks lost, to my memory, 5.3 billion in charge-offs this quarter. Liquidity has to be a problem for the shorts. I'm wondering.
Oh, no, there's no question that there's problems all over the place. The system is flooded with counterfeit shares. It's all based on people funding these events. It's not this they can go out there and do it for free. People think that there's no margin. The whole thing is based on margin. That's why they get this leverage, and when it goes against them, they can't handle the negative marks, meaning that the stock is going up. They can't put money back in because there's when you buy a stock on margin and stock goes down, you have to put up more money. You get a call in a minute. And I put up the famous one from retail, the E-Trade guy. He didn't put up the money. He lost 120,000. They bought him in, no questions asked. That's what you're seeing here, and that's why $7 happens to be something that's a major, whatever it is. Something's going on at 7, and I keep saying it again. It relates to me. I don't know every stock's pain tolerance, but in Finger Motion, lucky number 7 seems to be the problem.
One gentleman wants to know what if they're buying in the dark pool? Can you explain dark pools? What is that?
Someone has to sell it. It's a dark pool is a meeting place. That's all it is. They can't just they cross stock there. They do trades that, for example, if they get a call, E-Trade calls them up. I'll just use the name Lynn Partners. Hey, you have to deliver us today 500,000 shares. Lynn goes to the dark pool, they buy it in one account, and they short it in another account in the dark pool, so you won't see the transaction. All right, that's where they cross this stuff. All right, but again, at the end of the day, buys and sells have to be settled up. That's the government's job. The government knows that this problem's going on. They're trying to turn it off slowly because it will implode the system. But we don't give a shit about that. We're here to fight one battle, and they know we got them. All right? The 2 fake reports tells you that we're not dealing with Citadel. We're dealing with Lynn Partner and their stupid friends, whoever they may be. But put those 2 stupid paid reports out that are worthless, and the tax around it tells you they're in desperate mode.
This gentleman's obviously a friend of Lynn Partners. He's telling you it's not a threat, Ham, but he also is asking me, what happens when the stock stays below 7 by the end of the day, Friday? This is a gentleman named Kangers, obviously a friend of Lynn. I don't know what happens. There's no problem with it. It's not better for the shorts. The stock is still in trouble from the short side. From the long side, you're still got a massive upside. Options expire is what happens.
Whoa, let's take a step back. He said this isn't a threat.
That's what he said, Kangers.
So write down his name. Tell him we're going to have the FBI give him a call. Since he knows about this is not a threat, I want him to explain it to the FBI, and we'll send him to your house. Now we have direct contact with someone who's tied to Lynn. I love it. Get his handle, and we'll have it. I'll give it to the FBI, and I'll have him track him down. And then he can tell the story why it's not a threat. Because I feel it's a threat. All right?
And your attorneys feel it's a threat.
Come on my side of the fence there, Big Mouth, and see how it feels. All right? I'm sitting here fighting for everybody here. Obviously, you love security fraud. We don't like security fraud because we see the damage it destroys people. But you seem to enjoy it. So everybody on this call, this is a scumbag who just happened to pick his face up, pick up the phone, enjoyed the conversation. And you could tell Lynn that I'm going to the FBI and we're going to fucking bring everything we can to fucking ruin them. All right? This is the threat that I'm going through law enforcement, and we're coming back at them with everything they want to. They want to play. We're not fucking around.
And he wants to. Jeff Easton wants to have the fancy office address. He syndicates deals to criminal short sellers, and he doesn't want to suffer any pain that you all are suffering, losing money. People are contemplating suicide, losing homes, companies going out of business, and Jeff, the fucking bully crybaby, is upset. He's lucky if the only thing happens to him is his name is on the side of the truck in front of the SEC. Jeff Easton is a criminal, in my opinion. And so is Philip Vallier. And so are the other two women that work with him. The Lynn Partners New York City is a front for criminals.
That's exactly what it is. He's the front, he gets them in, and then he just robs you blind. That's what he's doing. And he's smiling while he's doing it. He doesn't like it when, well, just listen again. The gentleman, write down his name, William. I don't know what the hell you said.
Kangers.
But I will get them. We will get the FBI, and they will contact him. And I want to see how he's going to feel when the FBI knocks in his door for threatening someone's life and being part of it. He just sent me another message. He just told you he's tied to Lynn. Okay, you want to be a big mouth? Get tied to Lynn. Okay, that's okay with me.
Well,
and the truck will be. I will get the truck in front of the SEC next week. And if you think it was brutal before, it's going to say. I can see it saying right now. Jeffrey Lynn and Lynn Partners threatens lives of investors. This needs to stop immediately.
We'll put it in front of Lynn Partners again. I mean, the sense of entitlement that your whole business model is based on a criminal racketeering effort, and that's how you make your money, and then you're worried about your reputation and name and crybaby. It's unbelievable.
Well, listen, the only reason they're reaching out and sending a message is because we got them. Otherwise, they would keep their mouth closed, go laugh, count their money, and just couldn't give a shit. But this time
they haven't given a shit all along.
No, because they haven't met the match of the investors here, the education from the investors here. Everyone is fighting as one, and I can't thank all the new people that are retweeting and standing here tall. Okay, I know that they're not in the forefront of getting their life threatened, but I appreciate it. And Patrick Byrne told me a long time ago, when you fight this battle, make sure everybody knows that when they threaten you.
Apparently, Jeff Easton said, hey, it's not me. We're not doing it. That is an outright lie, and it's avoidance of responsibility. You were creating the documents, and you're not smart enough to create those documents yourself. Someone taught you, and then you're handing it off for a bounty. That makes you part of it, Jeff Easton. If you want to get your conscience off of it and you want us on your side, come report who you're selling it to. Come to the good side. Get away from the dark side. Fucker.
Well, again, they robbed everybody. Avid put up 5 stocks and 4 stocks in this video. It shows you the investments and the stocks where they went.
They destroyed CRTD. They destroyed Finger, and you have these other names.
It's all in his
But
video.
He's crying now because his name is out there?
That's correct.
He's robbed tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars from American investors, American companies, the taxpayer, and he's crying. His name's out there. What? Come on.
But you heard the message. I gave it to you from yesterday, and now you could see that this idiot just came on the call and said that Jeffrey Easton is not threatening you. Okay.
Well, so what about the other part of this brave man Kanger's question? What happens when the stock stays below 7 by the end of the day tomorrow?
Who gives a shit where it stays? What is he trying to say? That the options are going out?
Or that the stock is going to go lower? Yeah, the options will expire. And I've been saying that for a few days now, that it looks like that's what's going to happen. But it might not happen. You don't know. But yeah,
listen,
the shorts win again.
One subpoena, one knock on the door from the FBI and DOJ, and they're vaporized in minutes because they can't hide the money trail, the paper trail. It doesn't go away. They've been stealing for a long time. They may be trying to clean up their act now, but they're past. These guys thought they were the kings. They thought they were the new Goldman Sachs. This was easy money. Don't worry. Send over, wire over $20 million. Don't worry about it. Send it over. They were stealing. They're stealing big numbers. And when you're stealing big numbers, you have to wire it around. And guess what? Everybody knows what you're doing. And the paper trail will be exposed. Okay, just like in GTII with the Kramers and Alpine, these numbers, they've been wiring money, laughing about this for a long time. Payback is going to be a bitch. We're not letting them get away with it either. All right. I've been threatened through the group, through Kramers also. The guy wrote it in. I have a text message. I can show it to you. That when they find out who I am, I will be eliminated. That was the text message. So I told that gentleman that he's now part of the, if anything happens to me, and I gave it to good people and the attorneys in the FBI, this is the guy to get, because he actually has knowledge that they want to murder me.
I just want to add to the record, I'm not going to respond to this, but Z to the U, who has a picture of himself with a tiny dog like that research analyst down in Puerto Rico, and I say analyst in quotes, he says, triggered, fat boy. William, I guess he's calling me fat, which I do have to lose weight, saying ha ha. Well, it's not.
That fat bastard in Puerto, you're talking about that fat bastard with the dog in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, that white dog, poodle dog analyst.
Tell that big mouth, we're coming to Puerto Rico. Let's see, you better go hide.
Z to you, but I don't want to get off on it because I don't want.
No, listen, these are idiots.
Yeah, I don't.
Listen, these people don't know how to make a living. They're part of an organized crime. He gets money. He gets paid to produce. He's that White Diamond Research. Dirty Mayo, take care of this prick.
It's your movie.
Expose it. Put his face all over Twitter again and tag the DOJ and FBI for him.
It's your favorite movie. Why are these guys confessing?
Right. They're bragging.
They're bragging. They have fun stealing, and they're entitled to it.
Right. This guy writes research reports that he uses crayons to write with. He's so stupid. Listen, these guys think they're criminals. The whole bunch of them are criminals. They think they walk on water. But again, we're going to the FBI, the DOJ. Let's see how tough you are when they grab you. All right. I know plenty of tough guys are tough. As soon as they get pinched, then you see how fast they cry. All right. There's always somebody tougher. And when law enforcement knocks on your door, let's see how tough you are then.
So from here on, let's not react to these guys.
You're the one reading them.
I reacted. I'm talking to myself.
Well, listen, I'm glad you got upset about it. This is the way it is. I'm the one receiving the death threats. I got it. I have a family, and I take it serious.
I'm just trying to put their name on the record so that your investigation is helped.
Write it down. Everything that you see will be added. I'm not fooling around. This is the third time. All right, okay, and I'm going to the FBI. No big deal. I will present the facts, show them where they are, and I'm not backing down. All right, this is a serious threat to me and my family, and they can say what they want, but it's up to them when they knock on their door. And I'm telling you right now, there's plenty of people that have my back on this stuff. that understand what's going on. So I'm okay with it. But I just want to let you know, this is a dangerous situation, because what if they send somebody to put 2 bullets in my head?
No,
What
no,
if?
no, 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 no.
It's okay. I got a big head. They can't miss. But
Well,
again, what if?
the
Just
sun
think about
shining off the top of
what-
your head will interfere with their
what
aim.
if? Just remember, if I do disappear, Lynn Partners, those 2 creatures you just talked about, the Kramers, Alpine, are all people that are, what do you call them?
Racketeers?
Suspects.
Oh,
Suspects.
Yeah.
They all have a motive for trying to shoot somebody who is trying to help expose the crime that they're committing. All right. So again, murder charges a little different than white collar crime. Right? White collar crime, you go away for 5 years, 10 years. Murder, you're going away for life. So if they want to add that to it, knock yourself out. And don't forget this. If I do disappear, payback is a bitch. Just remember that. Anyway, let's go back on to who the hell knows what we were talking about. Are you still with me, William, or did they shoot you?
I've been told, William, please try not to cut him off when he's talking about important points. So I'm just waiting.
No, don't listen to him.
Just waiting for you to be done. Now, one thing I wanted to point out, Ham, which is a little off your topic, is that Not Legal Advice and Big JR are going to have a call today to discuss this and other things on their YouTube channel. I'm trying to find the time, but just to highlight that.
Yeah, listen, I can't get on all these calls. I have a family also.
You don't have to, but just telling people that they'll be there trying to find it.
I have to run around sometimes, and I just miss the calls, and I try to get to them. Like last night, I was exhausted running around New York City. I've gotten caught in protest by the UN yesterday. I was told you I was near there, and it was complete chaos getting around. There was armies of police officers. It was not easy to get around. And parking, to get to a street, to go across town, you can't make a left or right. So basically you start going straight and you wind up on the west side, and then you have to work your way back towards the east side again. So it wasn't easy driving around yesterday, but the time I get home and start to calm down that's when I get the call that my life is being threatened again. And then I got riled up again, and then trying to you just run out of gas trying to pay attention to all the different things here. But I did wake up this morning, and I needed all I had on my mind was Avid and his video, and I couldn't remember where it was, of all the stocks and the chart patterns of every stock that Lynn was in, all different fields, all destroyed by Lynn Partners, all have the same pattern. They even destroyed Finger Motion, but once he even circled that once Finger Motion got rid of the debenture, the stock went straight up 600%. So you don't have to be too smart to figure out what's different from all the companies that are dead versus Finger Motion. All right, the debenture has disappeared. Once the debenture disappears, they have nothing to short against and they are exposed. So the continued buying in Finger Motion, the relentless buying in Finger Motion, has definitely trapped these guys upside down.
I'm waiting because I've been admonished not to interrupt you. Can we get in front of the Lynn Partners office building with a truck again? Are you there? Ham?
Two huge military planes just flew over me, and they were I can't believe how low they were. It was amazing. I'm talking about low. The pilot was giving me the finger.
Huge utes.
Big
two huge utes.
Two big military planes. I was trying to get.
You must have a fort up there. A camp.
I don't know where. I have no idea. They're going away to New York City, so I assume they're going. Something's going on in that direction.
Uh-oh. So, can we get a truck in front of the Lynn Partners building is a question.
Listen, putting in front of a New York City building, it gets lost. The best place to do it is in front of Fox, but Fox is on lockdown due to the protest. But in DC, the SEC has that beautiful glass building. You know that any truck parking in front of a building is videotaped. Question that in DC, William, no truck can park in front of a building without being questioned. Who the hell are these people, right? No one's allowed to do it. So the FBI will come out and they will question the truck driver and what's going on as we show them Lynn's name and who they are. And the same thing at the SEC, and then we'll run it over to the DOJ, which is a different building. And then we'll hopefully maybe we can park it in front of the Washington Post or FNGR down in DC. All right, these buildings have glass buildings, and we will be brutal. It'll be short, sweet, and brutal. That I can promise you.
Giving time just so I don't interrupt you. Could the CIA be behind counterfeit shares?
I was watching last night, and that's what got me thinking. I was watching American Made with Tom Cruise, where he was running guns for the government, and then he was working for the drug cartel, bringing cocaine back into the country. Who the hell knows? You never know.
It looks like FNGR is halted on Webull, but I'm going to ask you, I know you were playing pickleball, but this morning FNGR didn't really start trading for 5 minutes, and then it was slow as molasses, and it's down still. But do you sense a difference in the trading in FNGR? Is it possible something feels different to you, or is it just more of the same? All right.
I didn't see the opening today, so I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And going back to that guy's question, I know it's unlikely, but something could happen by Friday to the positive or not. But when it goes, it's going to go in a minute.
Listen, lawsuits will be fired out against, I guess, the Benzinga and what's the big rat, Capybara?
Yeah.
They're not getting away. Mark Brazil is after these guys for fraudulent fake reports. Benzinga has to give up the name of the person that supplied the information to that website. If it wasn't supplied, then whoever the analyst at Benzinga will have to answer the complaint. All right. These are fraudulent reports, and they will be attacked. And Mr. Bazile is the perfect guy to do it. He's been retained by the company, and he will slam these guys. All right. We're going to get to the bottom on who's behind these research reports. All right. Not research reports. All they are is running interference for the short sellers to say, oh, there's a negative report. They missed their earnings. That's why I sold it today. That's all they're doing. And that goes back to when Mark Cahodes was doing it with Gradient Advisors against Patrick Byrne. Pat Byrne caught him. Mark Cahodes paid $5 million, and I do believe he turned in Goldman Sachs. He turned in Goldman Sachs. I believe that was his prime broker. So I think he gave him information on Goldman Sachs so that he can get off and pay $5 million. And now he's an overstock lover. That was pretty interesting how he went from bashing it, paying for research reports, telling them to hold it up after they finished the report because he wanted to short more in front of it. And he was busted on that. And the people at Gradient, which is a real research firm, ratted out that whole sequence I just described to you. What we're dealing with is crooks writing it. They don't even put their names to it. All right. And just posting nonsense.
Sorry for the delay. I want to make sure I'm not interrupting you. Today might be Gary Gensler's birthday.
You're telling me?
I'm telling you, not for nothing. Not for nothing. One guy's saying, put the truck, it's your friend, put the truck in front of Jeffries.
Jeffries is on. I think it's on Madison Avenue also. Madison and 52nd. So it's on a side. It's in a tough spot. In New York City, there's so much, clutter. You don't get a clear view of it. If you walk around the streets of New York, you'll understand it. But it's not a bad idea in front of Jeffries. Everybody who works there at Jeffries will talk about it. It's not a bad idea. I like that idea.
Do you think there's a bigger player involved other than Lind or Easton in Finger?
If there was a bigger player involved, they let the stock go up. It's the same thing. They're not here to make a few dollars. They want to make a lot of money if they're going to be caught in a trap here, right? So why would they fight the battle trying to hold it down? Showing them holding it down is like being like us. We're all peasants. We can't afford to play this game. When you can't afford to play the game, you try to do anything to get you not taken out of the game, and that's what you're seeing. The fake reports that we happen to witness shows you that you're dealing with buffoons.
Do you think it's possible? Sorry, were you finished? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that the short sellers are using computers or an AI program or an algorithm to outsmart us?
So the stock isn't even trading now. What kind of computer stops trading? Because of what reason?
Somebody
Right?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Someone pointed what out?
That the $7 calls are cheap.
Someone bought 1,000 of them. So again,
for October, right?
The game is not over. Again, I can't tell you this stock. I had a guy buy 70,000 the other day. He took it up to 7. As soon as he stopped buying it, they marked it down. Okay. If that doesn't tell you that they're trying to hold it below 7, then I don't know what to tell you. The criminals who I can't stop are manipulating the price of the stock so that the options don't become profitable and trying to steal the premium. That's what they're doing. We can all see that. But in the bigger game, it means nothing because to every share that they sell, they have to buy back. I rounded the number up to 200 million now. You know what? If you do 500,000 shares a day, it's 200, it's 2.5 million a week. It's 10 million a month. I said 180. We'll be at 200. If we're not at 200, we'll be there shortly. So I'm saying 200 million. Prove me wrong. All right. We may be able to. Again, we may be able to get information on the CAT system from a regulator on the trading and finger motion. All right. So that's going to be something that's going to be a sweet surprise for all of us when it gets when we get it. All right. So again, I've seen a tidbit of it, what it looks like, and people have friends in high places that are trying to help us out, and it's more for the lawyers than for me to post all over the place. But information is starting to come around.
So I don't know these initials, but this guy is speaking to you, Ham. The SBP needs to go away, just like lending from the DTC and its affiliated companies. Also, CNS needs to be replaced with RTGs. I'm lost, but anyway, maybe you know.
Well, he's talking. The CNS is the continued net settlement. So basically, the brokerage firms are just settling out the trades at the end of the day. They're not really settling anything. I don't know what the new formula would be, but again, blockchain eliminates all this stuff. They're definitely, everybody in the world is starting to go to blockchain. You can go to Paris, France, buy a cup of coffee on your American Express card or Visa card. It will be, the whole transaction will be settled in seconds, meaning that if you buy a cup of coffee in Paris using I don't know if they use the franc, I don't know what their currency is anymore. Whatever their currency is, I don't know if it's what is it, the
euro?
The euro. euro.
Yeah.
They convert it and gets it onto your statement and settled in seconds. We buy stocks and they don't settle for a year, 2 years. Think about that. They can't settle it because they all know it's fraudulent. And they let the fraud continue because they're stealing your money. That's the U.S. equity markets. I didn't design the system. The criminals have it. The SEC has been letting it go on since, I have it since 1988. I think it goes back a little bit further. Everyone knows about it. And the people that work at the DTC are telling the hedge funds, I'm sure, just keep settling it. We don't settle anything. Someone's giving them a heads up, and this is how the crime lived all these years.
You're right. He says it's the continuous net settlement system needs to be replaced or go back to return to gross settlement.
We need to go back to the days where guys are delivering certificates back and forth around the street. The stock market needs to trade slower, not faster. I don't know what trading faster makes it more important or versus a company that the stock market trades slower. We created so much speed that we confused everybody, and that's where the criminals got in the middle of it. They love it because now it's just confusing. We can't settle the trades. There's too many of them.
Speaking of speed and liquidity, do you see that Ken Griffin's building $1 billion home in Florida?
So if you go back in time, I'm
to add to his condominiums.
Right. I posted many years ago that this guy is Scarface. He has the spending patterns of the drug dealer Scarface, meaning that he was buying all these homes all the time. He bought the biggest home in the UK, the biggest one in New York, the biggest one in Chicago. He bought the one on Star Island down in Miami, Palm Beach. He owns half the goddamn place already. This guy is spending money. Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, they don't do that stuff. This is the first guy to do this stuff. And it shows you he's got the same pattern as Scarface. He's spending the money like a drug dealer. And that's what he's doing. He's been moving money out of wherever he's making it, and he's putting it into homes. And then he started buying artwork on top of it, right? That was a Stevie Cohen thing. Stevie started buying artwork too. So this is a way they can hide things, do what they have to do. I don't know what the pattern is of it, but that's what they do. I put that up years ago, so I know all about him. And you put up the photo of all the property. I mean, just Google his name and his homes. You can see it.
I put the New York Post article on Twitter, but
right. I mean, it's remarkable that no one sees this. Everyone's losing their shirt, but this guy. He's in a business. Just so everybody understands, he's in a business that everyone on Wall Street gave up on. Every small market maker is out of business. Every trading desk on the street is out of business, but his business is thriving. How's that working? He's just doing the same thing as everyone else. He's making a market in stocks. What's different? Are his traders the best in the world? Nope. He's just selling the system. He's filling the system with counterfeit shares. The weight breaks the backs. He's short all the names, and he makes billions of dollars destroying companies. There you go.
This
added liquidity.
Sorry, I interrupted. I apologize.
No, I'm finished.
This guy says MULN announced yet another reverse split, or they're thinking about it. They get trapped. They don't. Other source of capital is out there because no one knows the denominator. So they have to go back to the pimp. They're like a young girl that's trapped in the horrible back and forth of prostitution. She has nowhere else to go except to the pimp. They go back to the pimp, which is people like Jeff Easton.
So he's basically unwinding his company, slaughtering every investor there. The short sellers, as he reverses, their positions get unwound. They're thrilled because now they get their money off the table. Their positions are shut down. He's probably reduced his company, I guess, by now by 80%.
Right.
right? So if you owned 100 shares, you now own 20 shares, some number like that.
Yeah.
So if you were short 100 shares, now you're only short 20 shares.
And you took all that money out without having to pay taxes.
And you don't even have to cover.
You don't have
It
to
just
cover.
goes away.
Don't have to cover.
You
No
don't cover
closing.
anything. There's no closing transaction. It just goes away.
Yeah.
Think about it. Think about if you were long a stock like Tesla at $25, it goes to 2,000, and you could sell your stock without reporting it to anybody, and you get to keep all your money. That's what they're doing on the short side.
There, someone's basically saying, "Don't forget that Australian guy."
Oh, we didn't forget him. We know that the roads are going to lead to the paper trail. The money is going to lead to him. These guys are not in the game. All these billionaires you see, very few have a business that made them all their money. The stock market is making their money because it's free money, and they all drifted this way. Okay, so guys like Carl Icahn, who was a nobody, is worth billions and billions and billions of dollars. And when the shorts attacked him, he knew exactly what to do. All right, so these guys, he knew how to attack them in Herbalife. He knows the game. They all know the game. Carl Icahn, I believe, was attached to, I can't remember the name of the brokerage firm. It was an over-the-counter brokerage firm. My friend will know it. And back in the day, his name was attached to it. So he owned part of a brokerage firm. So we all assumed that he was shorting through there.
First Jersey.
No. I'll get the name. Give me 1 second. I'll get the name. Yeah, next question.
Okay. This gentleman points out Finger Motion is a growth stock with no toxic debt, does not need cash, and it's breaking even. And I think that's the point. Sean, Lynn Partners New York City has a website. You can find their email and their phone number.
It's right there. They're a disgrace.
Wow,
Just
there's
look
a
at all
global
the
maybe it's why those planes, there's a global travel advisory right now.
Keep
Wow.
shooting. What else you got?
All right, there's a couple about that travel advisory. Fed Chair Powell escorted out of the room as protesters interrupted his speech.
Oh, that's great.
One guy says you're very funny. Funny how? You saying I'm funny? Funny how?
I told you it was a lot of fun at parties.
Here's a gentleman. He looked at the Lynn Partners investments, like you said, and Avid said. Avid does great videos. RWLK, RKDA, ID, and BOXL. They're all down 12 to 71% in the last 3 months, it looks like.
Go back and see if you really wanted to. It's easy to see. The day that firm was introduced to Benchmark, Benchmark brings them to Lynn. And the minute they send you over from Benchmark to Lynn, you're destroyed. As they know your symbol, you're dead.
Wow. Yeah, you don't know Arca, but he does a great job. And it's his birthday today, too, maybe. Anyway.
Listen, Arca does great work. I keep trying to tell them, or everybody, it's very difficult to follow chart patterns when there's so much fraud and manipulation of a stock. Finger Motion at $7 was pointing up on every chart pattern in the world. It's, I go to the bar chart, the 20, the 50, this, the 100. And as soon as you just look at it, the next day they attack it straight down. So how do you chart that? Saying, okay, this stock looks to me like it's going to break out. I could have said that 50 times. It looks like it's going to break out. Every time it happens, they knock it down. What began to sell off? A fake story? So you could see, how do you chart that? How do I go to clients and sell that service to you on that? It's a chart that we do charts, and we provide breakouts.
Well, that's a
and
good
breakdowns.
point. That's a really good point. No institutional investor is going to buy based on a chart.
Right. So these things are completely manipulated, and it's very difficult. Like I said, the guy does, tremendous detailed analysis.
He does. So does Abbott.
And yeah, they both. And it's just like, no matter what you say, you have to be a brute to break the stocks out, and that's what we've done. We've had a concerted effort to teach people on Wall Street about security fraud and the potential in this stock, and people understand it, and that's why people are buying it. But the chart stuff is, Tesla. Go do just, if you're going to make money with this, go chart IBM, Apple. Go do those stocks. These stocks, they leave them alone. Walmart, things like that.
One guy says here, first to squeal gets the deal.
I like that line. I saw that.
The first to squeal gets
they
the
will.
deal.
They all listen. I say it all the time. Just, you can watch any movie, any of them. As soon as they get caught, they all start ratting each other out. The girl ratted out that guy from the crypto exchange, whatever her name is, Ellison, whatever her name is, her boyfriend. He made me do it. The guy from New Jersey, the big fund manager, hung. Everyone in his organization is pointing their fingers now. They don't want to go to jail. They lost billions of dollars. They all do the same thing.
Steve Rosenberg says, hey, Ham, Jeffries is the first idea since you have known him that you have liked. Amazing.
That what?
That's the first idea he's given you since the 1980s that you've ever liked, Steve Rosenberg says. But
listen, I would pick 5 stocks a day, because I was an institutional guy and I had to go to hedge funds with ideas. So I had 5 good ideas a day, and I did that 5 days a week. So, think about that, the pressure to come up with ideas all the time. So Rosenberg has lost his marbles. But anyway, I've been focused on 2 names for a couple of years now. Finger Motion, I got into for fundamental reasons. And the fundamental reasons have been growing right in front of me. But it turned into a shit show when short sellers came around. When the company got listed on the NASDAQ, I thought I would never have to even look at the stock again or talk about it. It was $9. They attacked it. They needed a few needed money to help with the AIZ deal. They killed the stock down to 60 cents, Lynn. 60 cents. And you say, well, they covered down there. Well, I know one guy I think he said he bought 200,000 at 68 cents. So no one was buying down there but investors. It turned on a dime, and now we're back up here. So these guys, if they were smart, they would have been covering down there. Instead, they pressed their bet because they wanted this thing to be pennies, reverse, and go through the car wash. That's what they want you to do. And in the movie's getting close. You can read Mark Falk's post on Twitter. He's going back to Oklahoma. He's got all his interviews done here. He's going to the West Coast, and then they will start putting it and editing it and get it out to us. That's how it's done.
So this gentleman's asking if you can speak about Univest. I don't know that you have any
No, I don't. I wish I
line.
could. Yes, I can. They're Chinese. They're from China, and they follow Chinese names or companies doing business in China. Is that good enough? They filed an S3. I wasn't an expert on S3s, but the S3 is a money raised by a company whenever they want to raise money. Okay, it doesn't have to be today. It doesn't have to be tomorrow. Everybody was screaming, the bashers, saying they're going to dilute the company at $1. That's how we got the fake report number 1 from Capybara, right? And the company addressed that, saying they're not raising money down here. All right, so you got that too. So the company addressed it. And what do we get next? The next basher report that the company's fundamentals they're off by 40%, their revenues. 14 million, it came in at 9. From 4 to 9, it was up 80 something percent, right?
Yeah.
That's the real information. The false information that the company was expecting 14 million in revenue and it missed its number by 40%. 14 million, they should have said $1 billion. What's the big deal? They made up those numbers from nowhere. No, even the benchmark didn't even have that number in their report, the only report out there. But that just shows you how criminal it is. And it shows you that if the criminals have gained access to platforms that provide research like Benzinga, then Benzinga is getting dragged down with it now. So either they give up the guy who supplied the report. So any of the big mouths on the phone that are tied to Lynn, we're going to get the guy who supplied that fake report to Benzinga and get Jason to give him up, him and his lawyers, because we have Mark Bazile going after Benzinga. All right. So we will get that information. And Benzinga has agreed to do an interview in the television show. All right. And the questions, Jason, in case you don't understand it, I'm giving it to you now. A, if you don't go on the show, and you don't give an interview, we know you're guilty. B, if you do go on the show and tell us how you protect investors from fake reports, I just thought about it. Ladenburg Thalmann is the one that Cole Icon.
Oh, yeah, I remember them.
We thought he was shorting through that back in the days. Yeah. And the second is in with the broker, with the platform Benzinga. When they ask him the questions, what do you do to protect investors from fake research reports? How do you check it out? Let's see what he has to say. And if he says, did we do this, do that, did this, then the answer is going to be, how do you get an unnamed researcher to put a report up that is nowhere near any of the numbers involved with this company and basically all fraudulent and made up? So he's we have him trapped no matter which way he goes.
So just final comment on Univest. There's a lot of questions on Univest. This gentleman's asking, is Univest still in the finger game? And I would say, yeah, there's been no press release to remove the S3.
Why would Univest run away?
Yeah.
Again, I spoke to guys on the street, and they told me to think outside the box. The Univest has institutional, or let's say corporate players that would invest in finger motion that are partners with finger motion in China. So stop thinking that some hedge fund or some money guy is going to put money up. How about getting it from the corporate side? And the corporate side would be China Mobile, China Unicon, things like that. They're partners already. They do business together.
Or those two insurance companies.
The insurance companies. But the insurance companies are not Chinese, and I don't know if Univest.
I see your point.
I don't, so they brought it to my attention that China Mobile and China Unicon could be doing business with or clients of Univest, and that would be an easy thing to get done because they do business already.
I see your point. Maybe if you combed your hair differently. Pointy-headed liberal. Will,
one thing that's it.
Go ahead, say it. I interrupted you. You said one thing.
I don't know where Munich Re is. I guess it's Germany. I'm not sure.
Or it's in Switzerland.
Or it's in Switzerland, where the biggest holder of our company has flown out to do some meetings on this company. Maybe. Who knows?
Maybe Munich Re is going to, okay, that's interesting. Sue Panzerino asked,
is her name Runaround Sue? Is that her name?
No, be respectful. Her name is Panzerino. Will this ever get fixed? And
Sue, if it doesn't get fixed, I advise you, your family, if you have children, or nephews or cousins or whatever, sell whatever you have and get away from it and never, ever come back again until it's fixed. You know the problem. You can read up on what's going on, but you should save and get your ass out of it and run and alert everybody to know that this is the U.S. equity markets is completely fraudulent.
She's a great
And that's-
long-time listener, so she's just
I'm just giving you my opinion, because after these two names, if I can't get it over the hump, I'm gone. I will only do one thing. I will tell everybody and preach every day that this is the U.S. equity markets are completely fraud. Forget everything else that's crazy in the country, but the whole financial system is fraud to steal your money. If you have it in pension accounts, that's the funny thing that people don't understand. The teachers union, the police unions, the firemen, they put money into the equity markets through their pensions, and they destroy and steal your money. And yet Wall Street pats you on the back. You're our first responders. You're the best. They couldn't give a shit. These are the people that come out, God forbid, you're in a car accident. Who's going to save your life? These are the people that pick you up, protect you against criminals on the street, and they steal their money. They don't even care. It's remarkable. So when you retire from the fire department or police department or whatever whatever you're doing, you're on the corner, people shoot at you, you got put your life every day, a military, a soldier, whatever it may be, they could care less. And steal your money. That's what they do. Think about that.
This, I didn't see this. This is a longtime listener, and he's asking about, did you see that Dan Borders is showing that insiders are selling GTII? Look, they have a big
GTI
position.
insiders,
It's 1% a month.
They've been doing it for a while. It's Dan Borders, which I'm sure he doesn't know every fact about GTII. The stock went to 9. No insider did anything for years. If anybody has done anything more for the company, it's been the insiders of that, fighting this battle to save us all. And I got it. You know, if I was an insider, we have families. We need to pay our bills also. So I got it. Insider selling means nothing to me. Insiders get stock to sell. They don't get it to be wallpaper. All right. So if an insider selling stock, treat it with a grain of salt. We were never trained to sell based on insider selling. The short sell every day. They don't report it. Lynn Partners is blasting the stock out every day. The Kramers and Alpine blasted this shit out of GTII. They never reported anywhere.
And I also think GTII, they only sell 1%. Anyway.
It doesn't make a difference. I'm just saying that the criminals are selling every day, and no one says anything about it. If an insider sells the stock, they take him out and hang him like Mussolini.
That's your SEC. This gentleman that I want to set up that you speak with, he says we need to go to T+0.
But you know what? He's 100% wrong. We could do T+, whatever you want to call it. They don't settle it. They keep giving people the leverage or IOUs to continue. If you don't settle your trade and it's not bought in, T+0, they should make you force them to buy it in, okay, and then fine you 10 times the amount, and that's how it ends. But they don't. E-Trade calls you up and says, William, I know you're a client. Oh my God, you owe us 100,000 shares. And William goes, I know, I bought it from Morgan Stanley. They didn't deliver it. Can you let me go another 2 days? I'll get it from them. And they go, sure, William, you're our client. What E-Trade needs to do is call William, say, William, you owe us 100,000 shares. Morgan Stanley, I don't give a shit who owes it to you. You got fucking 5 minutes to get me the stock. If you don't do it, I'm going to buy you in, and I'm going to charge you 10 times the amount because you're committing security fraud. Boom, that ends it. Do it 3 times, you go to jail. That's how it ends. I'm sorry for being rough on you, William.
No. You can be rough on me. I've screwed up plenty in the last few days, so go ahead. This gentleman is asking, is it, from the good guy side, is it more helpful or do we cause more damage? Do we have more of a chance of a gamma squeeze if people buy in the money calls or out of the money calls?
Listen, don't buy calls because you think you're going to squeeze these idiots. You can see that they're selling millions of shares, trying to stop this stock from going above strike prices. So we can buy all the calls we want. If there's no one regulating it on the stock that's being sold and being flooded into the marketplace, how do you beat them in the time period that you need to win? You understand?
Right.
We're going to win because accumulation is going to pop their heads out. All they're trying to do is hold it down so that people can lose money on options. And again, I feel terrible for what they're trying to do. But these are not NVIDIA calls. These are not Tesla calls. Okay? Tesla today is down $20. Okay? I'm going to look at the 240 calls in Tesla. Excuse me, I only have up to the 232s on my platform. But they're down $13 today. Those calls yesterday, the 232 calls were $15. I mean, so these things are brutal. I mean, just think about the premium and how much money they destroyed on holding that stock down. NVIDIA, the same thing. Options were enormous premiums. They all disappear. Right? People are buying it for home run swings, and that's the way it goes. There's nothing I can do about it. That's the option game. You could buy a gazillion of the 15 calls. That's not going to create a gamma squeeze. When it goes through 15, then it's creating a gamma squeeze.
I got to think about this one. Jennifer Vecrano is asking if you can give a shout out to her friend Tony in India, but she doesn't explain why. But I guess it's for. And
well,
then,
listen, I have many people that own the stock in Abu Dhabi and Dubai that I met when I traveled there, and they communicate back all the time. So yes, Tony in India, I hope you're on our side of the fence. And remember, investing in the U.S. equity markets is a disgrace unless you have people that are fighting for you. Otherwise, I would tell you you're better off buying in your local markets and then versus here. The short sellers went after Tata Motors guy. I forgot his name.
oh yeah, the wealthy guy.
It went after him. He lost billions of dollars in market cap to short selling frauds. They're going around the globe now and just picking any company they like, shorting it, and then just create mayhem by yelling fraud or whatever they want to yell. And these people fight back. I'm sure the guy from India was building many things in India that can help out the people in India. But the short sellers around the globe, I would say the short sellers around the globe, the short sellers from the United States and their thirst to steal everybody's money would rather destroy a country and couldn't care less.
Yeah, they don't care. But then Jeff Easton cries, "My picture's on the front of a truck." That Matt Kay, his father, 2 weeks ago went into the hospital for weakness, and he's dying right now. And Matt Kay's been a long listener, so anyway, that's also out there.
Matt, we send our prayers to you, but I try to tell people life goes on. These animals could care less. They have poor Matt worrying about his stock portfolio getting destroyed instead of with his dad worrying about his dad in his last few days that he's going to be on this planet. It takes away, every day is precious. Okay, a friend of mine who worked at Oppenheimer, and I forget where he is now, his son was in a car accident, his door was smashed in, but his son is as big as a football player, and he was fine because he was really big. All right, but again, you never know. Someone drove right into his door, his car ran a red light, I assume, and hit his door. You never know when something comes your way. So again, people need to focus on their lives and not sit here on a call with me and William discussing security fraud. Just think of this, William. And Lou from Brooklyn did this for his interview yesterday. He told me, and I thought it was brilliant. You know, when does investing in the U.S. equity market involve you to become part of the military to sit here and defend your stock position?
That's great. That's
The Apple computer shareholders, they see the news. Oh, they got a new titanium phone, and they go back to work. The video holders, we have a new chip, an AI chip, and it's going to drive us to the promised land. Tesla's got a new car, blah, 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 blah. You invest in a small company, and it's like a firefight. You got to get out here and defend why you bought the stock. You have to tell people, my God, this technology looks amazing. And then you get the people out there, you're full of shit, you're a scumbag, you're a pusher, you're a pumper, you're blah, 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 blah. That's the U.S. equity market for you.
Yeah.
Who decided that Lynn Partners has become Julius Caesar? And they give you the thumbs down, wipe them out. We don't care anymore. Kill
Judge,
these guys.
jury, and executioner.
That's who they think they are.
And then he cries, Jeff Easton.
Well, he doesn't like it because it's ruining his lifestyle that he's running around wherever he lives.
It hurts his feelings. His feelings.
People go on
hurt.
Twitter and see his face. All right, the Lynn Partners crime family.
Somebody just made fun of me for being a fat boy. I saw a picture of Jeff Easton, and he's put on some poundage too. But anyway, that's unfair to pick on me or Jeff for being fat.
All they're doing, listen, William. All they're doing is trying to get you off your game.
I know.
That's it. That's all it is. Now, listen, again, you know, when I played ball for money, guys I played against, they would say all kinds of stuff on the court. And you just got to keep your head down and just keep trying to win the game and don't pay attention to it. Don't get dragged into it. It's a head game. I told you that.
I know it's a head game. And I got one messed up head. Anyway, P Money says that said he used to work at Lodman Tallman out of college. Wow. I remember them. They were like Cam says, they were an over-the-counter.
Am I correct?
And they were an investment bank. I remember, and research. They used to have research, but nobody.
Ladenburg Thalmann was in it. I told you I remember it.
This is right up your alley. Could Finger threaten the NASDAQ and move to a different country's exchange if illegal short selling?
I sent the message 7,000 times. Leave the United States. Go to an exchange like Singapore. They would only accept the 24 million shares at the DTC. All right? They will not accept an IOU. So that you fill out I forgot the form. I think it's a form 25. I can't just using a number. And basically you delist in the US, you relist in Singapore, your positions are transferred out of your brokerage accounts. It has to be a real share, and that's how you can kill them. And that's what I was going to do in Abu Dhabi. I was going to sit and take companies from the US, and I was going to loot the NASDAQ and the small cap stocks and drag them out of the US and bring them to Abu Dhabi to a safe environment and protect them. But the country is too upside down for me to get that done. Yes, that is a perfect way to do it.
Someone's pointing out that the GTII selling is only 0.5%. Anyway, let's not get lost in that. Do you have any thoughts that the London Stock Exchange was halted for 80 minutes?
No, I do not.
Sue,
I have my own head.
Sue Panzarino says she's single, so I guess she doesn't mind being called Run Around Sue.
Well, Sue, when we have our victory party, you better show up in Vegas. We got a lot of good-looking guys we can hook you up with.
So Mad Max says now would be the best time for Univest to step in and gamma squeeze calls. Not sure why they filed with the SEC on September 11th. Well, they're going to do what they do. they're not doing it for us. So
They should have. The best time was 2 weeks ago. I don't know, an hour ago.
the best time was
Anytime.
the last time everybody owned calls.
Right.
I don't know either.
While we're talking, I'm trying to figure out who is the guy who was in the nut house that made a bid for the public company. I can't remember the name. It's driving me crazy.
Someone's saying GTI, they sold 10% each. The numbers are what they are. I'm doing it from memory. So
How many? So basically, there's 450 or 500 million shares short.
well, they know this guy's saying it's 0.1%. I have no idea.
No,
So
listen, it doesn't make a difference with it. When the stock ran from 60 cents to $9, the insiders never sold a share.
Yeah, it's 1%.
Eventually, that was almost 4 years ago. 4 years that company's been fighting. For people that just joined the fight, okay, 4 years, these guys stood tall. And I'm sure most GTI shareholders will agree. These guys stood tall, and they threw haymakers at the SEC, the DTC for a long time to begin this fight. Finger motion didn't start the fight. GTII started the fight. How long do you have to go before you starve to death, right? So cut the shit out that a guy's selling the stock. They're allowed to do it.
Somebody's bashing you on Twitter, but who cares? And a guy named RB Soups and defending Lynn Partners. Let's get that on the record. It's 0.1%. Your friend Dirty Mayo texted me. It's 0.1%, and he says part of monthly stock plan, and then he says this guy. I'm not going to say the guy's name is a moron. I'm not going to. I don't need any more fights with anybody.
One person put up on Twitter, regulators don't give a crap. Retail have to take it on. That's what we're doing, my friends. And whoever the jerk off is who's defending Lynn, tell him to come to our party. And I like to sit down and tell us to our face and defend Lynn and give us all the positives and negatives of Lynn. It's easy to sit behind the computer and bullshit people. All right? Come tell it to our face. Sell me on it, because you know what? I really like to know what Lynn is doing great.
Yeah. I'm trying to get through. One guy's saying tomorrow could be a home run swing. Yeah, but it's not highly likely, but it's possible. You don't know when it goes. But obviously, picking one day out of dozens or hundreds, odds are low.
Listen, you never know. I told you that 60,000 times. You don't know. Who the hell put up that sandwich? Trading Henry. It says finger shorts will get smoked soon. Trading Henry. He put a pastrami sandwich up there. How did he know I was at Katz's Deli yesterday? Good one.
How did you know I like cats?
That's what I had for dinner driving home yesterday. Pastrami sandwich and a knish from Katz's Deli.
How did you know my name was Katz? Anyway, that's a bad joke I can't repeat on live. The Brazil show asks, how long do whales hold a stock like Finger? Aren't they looking for a quick buck? Or are they doing it long term?
No. When people smell blood or see blood, they know someone is bleeding to death here. So they know it. The people that bail are people that get shaken out. And that happens all the time. It's a crime. We can't stop it. You can see it happening. It happens to everybody. It happened to me a million times in my life.
JR.
Can you imagine the people in Tesla bailing out? Stock's down $21. Hurry up, sell it. I own 1,000 shares. I'm down $20,000 today on 1,000 shares. People bail all the time, and they bail out because people that are short at 280 are going to sell more at 220 something to try to get people to bail out. That's the game. The game, it's a head game, the whole thing. If you believe a company has the fundamentals to survive, all right, and you're there, you have to determine, hey, I'm going to be in the stock for the long term because I believe the stock has fundamentals to survive. Finger Motion, it's on its way to profitability, doesn't need to raise money, has a huge naked short. What's the negative? Naked shorts eventually have to cover no matter what, right?
What are the negatives?
The company's not going out of business. The company doesn't raise another dollar. They're not going out of business, correct?
Yeah. And
that's the company. To me, the company made it over the finish line, because once you're at that point where you're making money and you don't need to raise money, that means the company has made it to the finish line. All they have to do now is stay the course, add new products, bigger revenue ideas, and guess what they're saying in their press release? You read it. They have all these new things that are starting to ramp up. So what's the race to sell it? Trying to push it below 6. The only reason they're pushing it or trying to push it down is because they're short and they can't get out. And they're trying to get you to sell. That's it. There's nothing else to say. That's the whole thing.
I clicked the wrong question. This gentleman has an interesting question. Do you have any thoughts on selling puts on Finger?
Well, it's tough to sell puts because then you're basically you're double long. You're long more, right? How could you sell puts to open as a revenue source when you got cannibals at any given time will attack the stock down and make those puts more valuable? Right?
This is an interesting thing. Jay Powell needed to be escorted out due to people being angry. I think there's going to be pitchforks, metaphorically, against the banksters. It's going to be tough. And anyway, that's another topic, another time.
Listen, the government has brought this on themselves. They have morons running it. The SEC can fix this thing in minutes, okay? Yet they let it go on for 35 years. All right? The SEC is the lawmakers that are protecting investors. They robbed this group, all these hedge funds, all these big money managers that you see on TV, that you sit down and watch them get interviewed and they tell you the bullshit. Oh, I bought some IBM. Oh, it's great. Blah, 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 blah. How'd they get the money? Carl Icahn wasn't running $50 back in the day. All of a sudden, he's worth $10 billion. How did he do that? All right. Where did they get all the money? Ken Griffin is one of the richest guys in the world now. What did he do? He's a naked short
He
seller.
provided liquidity. It's a very valuable service.
That's all he did. He's done nothing for the equity markets. And here it is. Anyway.
It's liquidity. It's worth billions and billions to the retail investor. Does the premium from expired calls fund the shorts?
The premium from expired calls is going to market makers. The shorts are not market makers. They're not splitting the money with a market maker. These are option people. Option people sell calls to the buyers. If the stock goes up, the option guys go and cover the stock. That's how they do it. And that's what your gamma squeeze is. The option makers sell calls at a quarter. The stock goes up to 7.5, say. The options are worth 50 cents. He's not going to, he's not shorting more because he's not hedging. He's going to go out. He's either going to bid 60 cents to buy the calls back. Hopefully you sell it to him, or he's going to go buy the stock. That's it. Option market makers are not the naked short sellers. The toxic lenders are the naked short sellers, the toxic lenders. They short, they naked short because they have a debenture. No debenture, they're short normal stuff. The people, when there's no debenture, people don't short 200 million shares of a stock that has 24 million in the float. That's insane what I just described to you. There's 24 million shares. These guys are short 200. Almost 10 times the float. They're short. Why? Because they had a debenture. The debenture's been paid off. Now they're exposed. The stock started to go up. And what did they do? They needed to protect it. So they sold more. We went from 110. Remember I was posting it was 110 over a year ago. And then it just took off more and more and more and more.
There's a lot of similar comments, a lot of support for you. Lou is pointing out that they don't want discovery. And
listen, the whole game is one thing. You stop trading, count the longs, and count how many shares are at the DTC. That's it. This is it. We don't need to create anything else. It's just that. Stop the music. It's musical chairs. Stop the music. How many people own the stock at Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, all these different brokerage firms? Add them up. How many shares are at the DTC? That's it. MMTLP is going to get that number from Senator Capo, whatever his name is.
Crapo.
Crapo, sorry. He's going to get that number. He is just toying with FINRA. FINRA knows that they're trapped here. I just looked at finger motion. I just hit up. It's 49 to 650, and all of a sudden there's 10,140 shares for sale. So you can't borrow it. You can't borrow it. You can't short it. Where are the shares coming from?
And that's a spoof anyway. They'll pull most of that order.
Well, it's going to trade. My guess is going to trade in a minute and disappear because the 49 bid is the short for one share, right? 100 shares. So if the short is bidding 49, that means they're going to take the 50 stock in a minute. That's what normally happens. Because otherwise, why wouldn't they hit the 49 cent, the 649 bid, right? You got the 10,000 to sell, right? Why would you sit there and stand there? That's the short by the short in that market right now.
There aren't really many more.
I remember people, Jeffrey Lynn, through a party that we know, has sent a message threatening to make sure that we shut up or else. All right, we treat this as an attempt to harm someone, and that's to harm me and to harm the biggest holder. We know your names. We know where you live. That's what they were saying. All right. So again, that is an attempt to intimidate us, to shut us up, or else you're going to feel the wrath of Jeffrey Easton and whatever the other guy's names. Oh, they sent what's her name to beat me up?
Sam Chung and Hailey Kim and
what
Philip
did I tell
Valier.
You the 650 stock was going to go? Did I tell you it was going to go?
Which stock? Sorry.
I told you the $6.50, 11,400 shares was going to trade. There was one share on the bid and it disappeared. It was going to trade. So there you go. Whenever you see that, that means it's going up. Whenever you see a big bid, it goes the other way. These guys these guys forgot that we were born, but we weren't born yesterday. Well, last night, as they say, whatever it is. Listen, these guys are criminals. They're trapped. The truck, I promise, will be brutal next week. When you threaten my life and the life of friends, we are going to be brutal. I needed to get a couple of $1,000. I got the money already for the truck. Everyone kicked in already because we're all sick and tired of it. And the only thing they said, make sure the slides are brutal. And they will, I promise you that. And for the jerk-offs that call up and actually try to defend Lynn Partners, go watch their video, Avid's video, how many companies they destroyed, their lives ruined. We don't take shit like that. And again, if Lynn Partners wants to play tough, anytime they want to play tough, me and my friends love to sit down with you. All right.
Don't
My
hurt.
friends that are on the phone, my friends on the phone from Brooklyn are ready anytime. Okay. They think they have friends. We have friends too. And I'm sure their friends are nothing like the people I know. I can guarantee you that. And everyone's pissed off already because they've been robbing my friends for a while. And we don't like that. All right. So we're going to go to law enforcement. And anytime they want to send somebody over, they want to go that route, they want to go the gangster route, we don't give a shit. Let's go.
Well, Jeff Easton cashes the checks and the bounty and the reward from all the companies and criminality that he not only facilitates, he actively pursues, but his feelings are hurt.
Well, you know, when you're a criminal, they don't like. Pat Byrne always says, you don't shine, the cockroaches don't like when you shine the light on them, right? That's what he always said. Well, that's what we've done. And I can promise you, the truck will be brutal next week. Brutal. And we'll get the slide presentation up by Saturday or Sunday so you can actually see how brutal it is. And the SEC, they'll be cringing behind that glass.
So let me understand something about Jeff Easton. Is he a licensed security dealer?
Nope. He's an unregistered toxic lender.
So does he cause companies to issue shares?
Yes.
And does he file with the SEC when he does that?
I don't believe he does. He's just saying the market's telling you that they want the stock lower, and the stock going lower, oh my goodness, it helps Jeffrey Easton and friends. Isn't that how it always works?
Does he change control in the boardroom with these toxic notes that his lawyers thicken up with the formulas?
Board of directors of a public company loses complete control from his documents because the only people you can get funding from is him and his cohorts. So they've taken and hijacked the board of directors of public companies. That's what they've done.
Do you think he can live on his lifestyle with the tiny discount to par that he has in these and the little bit of commission up front? How does he steal from all these companies and he's rich and the companies are bust?
I don't know.
I'm sure it's legal.
All right.
And I'm sure it's not him doing it. And I'm sure he's not getting paid. Jeff, the wires don't disappear. The funds that you receive don't disappear.
Right.
And you wouldn't keep doing it. How is it every single stock except maybe Bragg that you fund?
But no, listen, I reported on BRAG. BRAG trades what you see it trades today is 5,000, 3,000 shares. About 2 months ago, all of a sudden, the stock started trading big volume. And it looked to me as that was a pump and dump, meaning Lynn Partners needed to get some back of their $10 million they lent this firm. They had somebody come in and buy a lot of stock. So let's say Lynn Partners pays somebody, okay, to put their clients into the stock. All right, at I think it was 550, 5.5, something like that. You can go back and look. BRAG. You can see the volume. It was no volume. All of a sudden, it was trading a couple of 100,000 shares, a bunch of days, maybe 1 million shares. I forgot. They paid someone to buy the stock. Lynn Partners sells into it, recoups their money, and now some unsuspecting investors own this stock, put into it by a broker that was compensated. That, my friends, was a pump and dump to get Lynn Partners. If you look at it, I'm sure they were the seller of those shares into that buying. And that to me was a prearranged trade so that they can sell shares, recoup their money that they lent out. All right. That's how these guys would. There was no.
That was Jeff Easton. Jeff Easton at Lynn Partners, New York City.
And that was, and I put it up on Twitter. I pointed it out because I was studying that stock. I just don't know the days. I don't see the data on it, but you can go look yourself. Just go back and look. All of a sudden, the thing had no volume, 200 shares, 300 shares a day. And I kept saying to the people who own that stock, stay away. These guys are going to have to sell stock to get their money out. And all of a sudden, it was a big volume. And then all of a sudden, it ended. Now we're back to normal here.
So one guy is saying it would, to make the truck brutal, you need to put one of Not Legal Advice's jokes on it.
They'll all scream, stop it, we can't stand it.
No, the pain, they'll run away screaming.
Oh my God, they're brutal. I pulled up the BRAG, 5,000, 3,000, 13,000, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden on September 27th, 100,000 shares. Then it goes back to normal. Then it was on August 11th, 136,000, then 5,000, 11,000. And then on July 21st, 730,000 shares in a stock that's paper thin. It's trading in a range of 445 to 470. In the 20-cent range, it traded 730,000 shares. So all the buyers and the sellers decided to wake up and run into each other in a 20-cent range. That, my friends, is a pre-arranged trade times 100. Easy to see. And I pointed that out a while ago. So there you go. And I pointed it out again. So a buyer comes in and finger, it runs up. As soon as the buyer walk is done, it come in 200 shares, 100 shares, 200 shares, 100 shares. The same pattern again, every day.
And that's Jeff Easton at Lynn Partners. But don't say anything bad about him. It hurts his feelings.
It hurts his feelings. He's upset that we talk about him. And you know what? I don't have enough hours in the day to keep putting his face all over the goddamn place. He's a disgrace. Should be ashamed himself. You know, maybe a full page ad in the New York Post with his fucking picture, him and his friends in there.
He's caused more destruction to people on these channels and to companies and boardrooms and investors and retirement plans, to local tax authorities. He's caused more trouble than that criminal that was in Colombia selling cocaine.
That's what he should have done. The drug dealers should stop selling drugs and just go naked short the stocks. I wouldn't be surprised if they're laundering, the drug dealers are laundering money through Jeff Easton's operations, because if you could get a paper trail of a sale of a stock, right? That actually gives them a paper trail, and they show how they earn money through the equity markets, and Jeff Easton and friends take the cash and run away.
How plausible would it be that Jeff Easton is so stupid and so naive that all of this money he's raising, he had no idea that they were shorting the stock?
Yeah, right. He's 10 for 10. Every company he invests in goes to zero. He's the worst investor I've ever seen. Yet he's rich. Figure that one out. It's pretty easy.
Well, even Philip Vallier, I have it over here on the finger motion in the first financing. We are pleased to invest at this time in Finger Motion's growth and blah, 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 blah. And then it's on the NASDAQ at 9. It immediately goes to 1 on 100 million shares. Was it a coincidence?
Right.
Hey, it's not Jeff Easton. I'm not doing it. No, you're putting the toxic note over to your 4 customers who are short sellers. Somehow that absolves you of the crime. Your hands are full of blood.
You know what it reminds me of? It's like he's like Priceline or Expedia. He gets the deal and he puts it out there, and everyone goes and bids on it. Who wants to be part of the crime? This crime. Hey, we're going to torch a finger motion today. I'm in. And
you always said he was different than the Kramers, because the Kramers don't care about the Kramers' reputation. They don't care. They're down in a low life of Wall Street, out in a parking lot underneath decrepit office building. But these guys, Jeff Easton wants to be a big shot on Madison Avenue. I'm an investment banker and I wine and dine with CEOs.
That's what he is. That's very different. You know, and listen, I respect the Kramers for what they are. They're disgusting animals just looting. They're giving away $100,000 and they try to steal millions. That's what they do. And they do it to any, they couldn't care less. These guys are giving loans away of $5-10 million. They're sucking in every CEO. We're going to get $10 million or we can build our business. This is great. This is great news. The company puts out a press release that they received the money. And the next thing the company does, most companies will do, they'll come out with great news. We are pleased to announce that we have $10 million and we just got this major contract. Everyone buys it and straight down it goes. They needed somebody to short into it. That's what they did. That's what they do.
Everything I say is in my own judgment and opinion. Bill Nelson wants to know how he can send some dollars to you for the truck. We can think about that. Don't put them on the spot.
I appreciate it. I raised it already. I appreciate it. What I would like from everybody is go to Twitter, put up your best ideas. Let's vote on it. Let's add. I got 3 slides that I know are going to be brutal in my mind. I would love to get 4 more. If we're designing this all, we're going to go to 7 or 8 slides, and it's going to be all finger. We're putting the full court press on finger motion in front of the regulators, the authorities, the law enforcement. And that's what any ideas, because, you know, we think the same shit all the time, but, you know, I need fresh ideas. Listen, I want people to be angry. These are not, they're not your friends. So please don't be afraid. Say what's on your mind. We need you to understand that these guys are stealing your money. And you can sit there and say, well, this guy, him and William, blah, blah, blah. Follow the sell tickets.
This guy next week, Gensler and other officials will be at the Securities Enforcement Forum at the Mayflower Hotel. And we went by that when you were down here. Put the truck there. And also Gubar.
Do me a favor, William, get the date, the time, and that's where the truck will be. Just get me
next
the date.
Wednesday. Yeah, let's do that.
It'll be there, and then we'll be there, and then we'll be at the. That's great. Get the time of the event.
And you know who's going to be right on it? Is Jeff Easton of the Lynn Partners. Jeff Easton, you caused the destruction of hundreds of millions of dollars in long investments, the destruction of companies, cities, retirement plans, and you somehow have the balls to cry and say it's not you. It is you. And if you want to change it, go to the authorities, make a deal, rat out those 4 funds.
We're gonna make the deal. We're gonna have him in front of that enforcement thing next week at the Mayflower Hotel. And thank you for someone bringing it to our attention. Again, I can't follow every gory detail. And I thank the MMTO people who have helped us out. They're animals. They banded together. Instead of crying, they all stood up and fought, and they're helping us all. So I appreciate it, everyone. And William, again, get that information on that. The truck will 100% be there on Wednesday. Please, we want to design these things this weekend. Give me your best ideas. Jot it down. What do you think it should say? And let's try to make this. We'll finish this thing, so we'll get them.
Moody Waters says that not legal advice jokes on the truck might put an end to short selling. They'll do anything to make the jokes stop.
He is brutal.
I love it.
When this hits, I'm gonna rent out Caroline's in Manhattan and have him come in and do an hour of jokes to see who kills himself first.
That's interesting. The guy that wrote
I
to,
wasn't paying attention, but I saw GTI at 66 cents and now it's 72 cents. And the volume hasn't gone up. And the volume is basically hold on, this motherfucker's calling me.
hush my ears.
I'm sorry, everyone. I just want to let you know that I'm brutal to everyone, even Longs. You know, I told them on the conference call, please don't call me during it. What do? They keep doing the same thing. And to my friends in Long Island, I told you we got your back. We're not going away. I never quit since you met me, and we're not stopping. So again, I don't care. We're going to having the legal team. We're going to go to the FBI, give them out all the information we have. William gave me the names of those two idiots that called in, that one's that defended Lynn, and the one that with the other guy's name.
And there's another guy named Dave Hill. Dave Hill.
Dave Hill, the defender of Lynn. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure if I called the CEO of BRAG, who was at Lynn Partners the day the truck was there, my friend knew him, told me he was going there because they were concerned about Lynn's reputation on the street. And the day he went there, the truck was right outside Lynn's door. Okay, William, the CEO went in there, but he did take the money. He had taken it before, the $10 million. Okay, that was the CEO of BRAG. And I posted that the CEO was there. Long, stay away from this name. You're going to get crushed. And the stock has done nothing with their $10 million. Eventually, Lynn's going to want their money back from these characters one way or the other. And I told you, they started sneaking out with selling shares.
Lynn manages less than 30, quote unquote, manages 30 million. It's not their money. They're selling the stock before the company even signs the note. And then the shorts get that money back to them. They're just recycling the same toxic, destructive pool of money to over and over and over again. Rinse, repeat.
Listen, just look at it this way, everybody. And I'm going to leave you at this because it is beautiful outside. I'm going to go put my head in a lake and put it in the water for a while. If you believe that we're on the right course, I don't need to tell you what to do. The opportunity, I still believe 1,000,000% is a life-changing event. The criminals have showed their hands many ways by threatening our lives, sending a message that they know who we are. We know everything about you. So basically that they're trying to terrorize us. We have the data. We have the SEC going after stock loan. We have MMTLP's got Senate banking going after the short sellers, and they're going to catch them with FINRA. FINRA's trapped there. Susan Trimbath, it's $9 billion a day in FTDs. Okay, just remember, $9 billion a day and fails to deliver. What happens if they're concentrated in a few names versus spread out in 10,000 names? All right, how destructive can it be? You could see that they're selling stocks marked as longs. They can't borrow the shares. There's no shares to borrow. Everyone, put your stock up for sale in a GTC order. Let your broker tell them, don't you dare lend my stock out if they're trying to do it. It takes a second, call them up, just check. Obviously, they've been canceling people's GTC orders for hopefully that you don't pay attention and they can lend out your shares for a day or two, whatever they can do. All right, your broker is not on your side. Your broker is against you. So be careful. Just be careful. Don't sign anything. Bring it to an attorney. If they do ask you to borrow your shares, figure it out. Learn what they're doing to you before you do anything. All right, everybody. I had enough for the day. It's 2:00. I think I did enough already. And we'll get back to work. But please get together with William. Richard, it's not legal advice. Everyone, Avid, everyone, please. Ace, Parker, everybody who has an idea. Remember, we win here. We expose the system. Then we become the inmates running the asylum here. We basically take control and get rid of these criminals one by one. These are life-changing events. Be on your toes. We all want to work together, and we want to expose this. All right, listen, everyone, have a great day. I had enough. I'll speak to you later.
Thank you.
Got it.
Call ended.
On the other hand, I'm not going to end quite yet. Thank you for the donations, and to whoever said it. I don't particularly have big cojones, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. The thing is, these cowards that attack, they would say, oh, you're not giving your name. You're not. Look, I'm not a perfect person. I have, my moments, but no, I'm counting on the fact that by educating all of you, and I think the only value I really add is years of questioning deals and groups of people and Wall Street people, seeing how the money comes in, all of it. And I think the only advantage I have over most of you is I can look at the whole picture and see, hey, they're stealing. And I call it out. For Jeffrey Lind to have hurt feelings and say it's not he. Well, of course it is. It is. He's the one. Somebody asked, well, can he keep doing it? Because the over-the-counter markets are orphaned. The CEOs are not good at raising money. They can get it from their families, but then how are they supposed to do it afterward? The over-the-counter markets used to be a source of capital. Now they're just a source of criminals stealing the entire market cap of the companies if they even say, hey, we need some money. And Jeff Easton, Philip Vallier, Hai Lee Kim, and Sam Chung facilitate that. Does that make them guilty? Well, I tell you what, their lawyers make them sign a document like this, and in the document it says, you agree we're not a securities dealer, or is that the Kramers? But if it walks like a duck, it sucks like a duck, it squawks like a duck, it shits like a duck, and it is a duck. So by my theory, I guess Jeff Easton is the duck. JR and Richard are having a YouTube tonight. I recall it said 8 p.m., but check it on YouTube. Thank you guys very much for all of that. Make sure it goes to the cause. Oh, cool. I will bet we can't get the truck in front of the Mayflower. It's on Connecticut Avenue. They've built up the median, so there'll be some. I think there'll be security all around, but maybe we do 2 trucks and it's on both flanks. And drive that truck for free. Fabian, thank you. Jenny Rebecca, 4 days old. I'll let him know, Ocean. As you could tell, he ended the call very quickly. Otherwise, I would have already said it, but I'll make sure. Any news on HNRC dividend? I have no idea what you're talking about, but if you're talking about the WHDI, it was issued. It's in your account. And I'm not sure it's trading. Maybe that's what you're asking. I have it for mine. It's supposedly worth $3.50 a share, that dividend. We'll see if it starts trading, Michael. I personally think that the longer they take to have it trade, if their strategy is to make sure that the company can stand on its own, has cash flow, has buyers, and protects that dividend from being sold down from $3.50 a share down to much lower numbers, I'm willing to wait. And I would much prefer that WHDI waits to start trading so that the flood of selling from people who bought the stock for the dividend is offset by institutional buying, maybe by a deal where they merge with somebody. I have no idea. So anyway, if that's what you're asking, I think it's prudent. Wouldn't be prudent. I think it's prudent to try to organize when the WHDI dividend starts trading to match up with maybe a merger with another company, maybe with research, maybe with a roadshow, maybe with a cash dividend, maybe with a JV partner, maybe with the distribution of one of the other divisions. Who knows? But to do whatever they can do to keep the value of WHDI at $3.50, $4, $5 a share, so that the value of your dividend actually helps you. And I personally, I own the stock. I have the dividend. I don't mind waiting if that's the dividend you're talking about. If you're talking about the rumored, and that's all it was on, oh gosh, Stock Twits. It was on the other source of back and forth. The rumor was that HNRC was going to distribute in the second quarter of this year we're in right now, 30 to 35 cents cash dividend to shareholders. I don't know that. All I know is it didn't happen. They did not distribute the rumored 30 or 35 cents cash a share. They didn't do it in the third quarter. Will they do it in the fourth quarter? If I were a betting man, I'd say no. One thing they did, HNRC did, since the distribution of WHDI, since the rumored 30-cent, 35-cent dividend, is they acquired 100% of Cunningham Energy. My guess is that may have rearranged their cash flow and thoughts about how they would be dedicating that cash. HNRC just posted whatever earnings report or announcement that just went out that the value of Cunningham is high, and whether you believe it or not, they said that the value of their shares is really high, and I'll let you look it up rather than state it out loud. My computer is freezing. Maybe that'll stop it from freezing. I will say, Michael, that I'm invested very small interest. I mean, Rhode Island could kick its ass. It's very small. In and I guess, well, anyway, it's in a partnership. I'll just leave it at that, which owns 3 wells next to where Cunningham drills. And these are very solid oil and gas wells. They come on, at a pretty good flow rate, and then they decline. And the theory is that the reserves will last for 60 years, like all the vertical wells into these structures in West Virginia. I think, and I may raise money for another long well by the end of the year with tax benefits. I've been asked if I'm interested, and I said definitely. But there may be room for accredited investors, but I think it might already be sold out because these are good wells. You get your money back very quickly, and then they provide income for a long, long time. So Cunningham has 40 to 60 wells they need to drill out. I've been warned, but I don't know. I have to study it, and I've put out phone calls and emails to the CEO of HNRC. I like him. I've never heard back. And why would he call me? I'm just some spam in his email, and he probably gets it all the time. I think he lives in Williamsburg, Virginia. I told him I don't know if I told him, but I'd be willing to drive down and meet him. I also think he has an address either in Boston or New York. Anyway, I don't want to say disparaging things because I don't know them. But the guys, the operators, the people I've worked with, one guy I've known years and I've raised a lot of money for, and I would trust him if he asked me to jump out of a plane at 35,000 feet. He said basically, I think what he meant was be careful of the drilling deals. Well, that's different than be careful of the value of the shares, but it's something I have to look into, and I will. It's on my list. But anyway, that's a long answer, Michael Lone Sky. I believe that the WHDI, telecommunications, artificial intelligence, business from artificial intelligence, I think at Hardee's stores or Jack in the Box stores, I think that has value, and I don't mind waiting. But I don't have any specific interest, knowledge. If you're talking about the rumored 30-cent, 35-cent cash dividend, my guess it's on hold until they sort how they're going to raise money to drill the 40 to 60 wells in an area which I think is fantastic. There is a caution that I've heard, and I need to look that up in terms of the drilling partnerships, and I'll find out. But anyway, that's all I can say. Could GTII go first? Yes, it could. Thank you. No, Lucky's over there. Yes, it could go first. The sneeze around the world. We all have flaws, but that's what makes us diamonds in the rough. I think Jeffrey Easton should look in the mirror as the managing director and founding member of Lynn Partners New York City, which has facilitated illegally and colluded and been paid off in the destruction of company after company after company. And just because Benchmark Capital referred finger motion to you, and then you syndicated it apparently to 4 criminal funds, or maybe just one, and then they destroy and manufacture shares out of thin air, it doesn't absolve you of your sin. Go down to the FBI office, go down to the SEC. You're welcome to come on these calls and explain to people how you didn't do it, but open up on who your customers are. Open up on who your lawyers are. Open up on who trained you on how to come up with that thick document, which all it does is screw the CEO and screw the investors. And I know in CRTD that Jeremy Frommer did business with you. I met and liked Jerry Frommer very much. And I think Jeremy Frommer is working hard to destroy the shorts. Jeremy Frommer, I believe, from a space call, thinks that you're not smart enough to be the one selling all these shares. It might be, but you're facilitating it. And Fromner CRTD also did business with a guy that might be friends of you over at the Kramer's shop. But make no mistake about it, Jeffrey Lind, founder, managing director of the Lind Partners, New York City. Your name is on the door. You founded it. You're dealing with securities. You're taking money. You're being paid for it. You hold yourself out as an expert. You are responsible. You are violating securities laws. And of course, everything on this video and what I'm saying now is in my judgment and opinion. Just because your lawyers seem to protect you from it, you are violating those laws. And when you sell it, you should look up at this new, I just read it the other day, but this new case that Wes Christian focused on versus CIBC Oppenheimer and an opportunity fund, won in the New York District Court. You are responsible for your client's actions. So, Jeff, if you don't want to cry anymore, and if you want your children and your wife to be proud of you, and you don't want to live the rest of your life in shame, come clean. Come clean. Who at Benchmark refers the corporate clients to you? How do you get paid beyond the puny commission you make? Because you're sharing it with all sorts of people. How do you make money when every stock that you do goes down? Why do all the stocks that you finance go down? Are you the pumper, the liar to the CEOs? And you know the criminals are gonna ring around the rosy and start selling? Do you do any due diligence on the 4 clients that buy from you? Are you their patsy? Maybe you're just a patsy, but so was Lee Harvey Oswald. And I'm not saying anything about physical danger. I'm saying from a financial standpoint, you're their patsy. So instead of crying, instead of saying it's not me, I'm not doing it, recognize that you are breaking the law. You are hurting people. You're destroying companies. And the CEOs do not have the knowledge to know that the documents, the poisonous documents you're putting in front of them are illegal. But anyway, call up Wes Christian's firm. Call up Mark Bazile and offer your testimony. And then you won't have to cry anymore. You'll have to become a waiter, which is your only talent level. You're not a talented investment banker. You might have to paint houses. You might have to become a haberdasher. Or you go back to school. Or you let your wife make the money. But you're not an investment banker. You're not a portfolio manager. You're simply a front for criminal organizations who I assume pay you, so that makes you complicit. A front for criminal organizations whose goal is to ensnare the CEO, ensnare the investors in the CEO's company, and to steal the entire market cap of company after company after company after company after company after company. You do it once, hey, I didn't know, DOJ. You do it 10 or 20 times, you knew. Jeffrey Lind at New York, Lind Partners, Jeffrey Easton at Lind Partners, New York City. In my opinion, you were guilty as hell. And you're such a bully. You're such a big man when you help steal. You're part of a conspiracy to steal hundreds of millions of dollars. And then when your picture's all over, you start crying. I'm crying. They're affecting my business. You don't have a business. What you do is a criminal enterprise. It's not a business. And just because some people can't see it, because you're normal, you're a white boy, you dress well, you're fun to hang out with maybe, and you promise the moon, it's time, Jeff, to stop lying to yourself. Stop lying. Don't get mad at me. Tonight or tomorrow morning when you take a shower, look in the mirror. That's who's at fault. Pray. Ask God for help. Break down crying to your wife. I've done all this. And then call up Mark Bazile. Call up Wes Christian. Call up Richard Hoffman. Stay away from the lawyer that maybe your criminal friends referred you to. They're all going to turn on you. And if you're crying, they're going to see who's the weak link. And they're going to turn on you. So get out in front of it. People will, it's the thing about Americans. People will admire you for being truthful. But you got to come clean, and you got to stop pretending that the service you do is good. What you do, in my judgment, is evil. You steal. Bottom line, you steal. You commit securities fraud and you steal. And it doesn't matter how nicely your office is decorated, how beautiful your home is, and how papered up your lawyers are. And the fact that Gary Gensler does nothing about it. That doesn't mean you're not stealing, but only you and that man in the mirror can come to terms with that. It's time to come to terms with your conscience, and it's time to do the right thing. All right, I want to read. There are no stupid questions. What stock don't they short? Ham believes they short all of them. And I'm sorry he hung up. But Ham believes that the entire U.S. security system is fraud. I always say what guys like Jeff Easton target are these orphaned over-the-counter stocks. Ham says, don't say that. It's every stock. It's Tesla. It's Apple. It's Exxon. But I figure those big stocks have big funds who can fight the people that Jeff Easton works with. But the lower stocks, they don't have it. And as long as CEOs cover for Jeff Easton, as long as shills cover for Jeff Easton, as long as market makers say, hey, Jeff Easton is the source of our largest, as long as benchmark capital also lies to itself, as long as those 4 funds that Jeff Easton syndicated the FNGR deal to protect Jeff Easton's illusion. Jeff Easton's illusion of being a stand-up guy, illusion of performing on Wall Street as an investment banker or a money manager. It's all illusion. It's illusion. That's why you're crying, Jeff, because you know you're a fraud. But you know what's amazing? Americans will forgive you, particularly if you're the first one to come forward. Call Wes Christian. Call Mark Bazile. Call Gerbar Grawal, but I would call a lawyer first because you don't want to get arrested. You want to make a deal, and then you can be assured that you won't go to prison. But you're going to have to give up your money. You know, someday, somewhere in your life, it was separated from you, like others, that you didn't have to earn or make a smart investment, but that you could cheat. Well, I don't, you know, you got to do less than you got to. This isn't a victimless crime. There's people that have suffered. But anyway, they short every stock. They destroy every stock. And that's why if you read Susan Trimbath's book, or if you listen, like I did this morning, to Lynette Zhang, who I follow from time to time, Z-A-N-G. She is I think a former Shearson Lehman Brothers analyst. But anyway, she worked on Wall Street, and her alarm bells are ringing now about the bond market. Stephen, they short the bond market too, and they manipulate the bond market. And if the bond market gets out of control, it's Katie bar the door. And to Lynette Zhang, the treasury markets are no longer on a secure foundation. That's very scary, very scary. I didn't get your email yet, US 1 Tahoe, but I'll look it up. Yesterday, I was, believe it or not, after that long call, I was disappointed in myself that I lost my cool. But I was also completely drained. And then I had several phone calls. And then I had a pizza that unfortunately had garlic in the spinach. So that didn't help me calm down. And then, of course, I walked my dog. But then I just watched a movie and went to bed. So I did not check my emails. I'll do that, US 1. Yes, I think I've answered this. GTII could go first and pull people out of FNGR. I don't think it's likely, but GTII could go first. now that the WHDI shares are in your account, can I say, yes, you can. You already have the shares. HNRC is what, 6 cents? My guess is, unless he does something by the end of the year, which I think he will, there will be tax loss selling in HNRC. You have two strategies you can employ. You could buy this in November. You could buy HNRC stock, and in 31 days sell your original position, thereby maintaining your same ownership if you wanted to, and establishing the tax loss. But to do that, I would look at it as this, you would have to commit more capital because it could go up at any time, I think. But who knows? Who knows? Remember, they have producing oil and gas wells. They have cash flow. The other thing you can do is sell your HNRC now, sell it November, sell it December, and anytime. And you can buy it back afterward, after 31 days or on the 31st day. And 30, do it after 31 days. And then you can establish your tax loss. If you get out of HNRC, which I'm not telling you not to do, put it on your list. Put it on your list of stocks for the last 2 days of trading, the last week of trading of the year. I would look at stocks like Vocal, HNRC, possibly GTII, possibly Finger. I think by then Logic will have broken out, but possibly anyway, I can't think of all the names, but the January effect is real, and you might be able to buy back into these positions extremely inexpensively in the last trading days, week of the month, as stockbrokers and accountants tell their clients, just get out of these stocks, just sell them, put your money with the Steve Cohen Opportunity Bust Trust Fund, and let's just take the tax losses. So those would be my ideas. But yeah, you can sell your NRC. You own the WHDI. Absolutely. You already own it. And so you can take your losses there. So GTII is up 10%, 11%. Who's this? Does Finger have a major global following? And well, serenity now, serenity now, serenity now. AK06668. Just wondering why there's no coverage of Finger. Just wondering. So I'm assuming that this is meant as a negative comment. So I'm just going to say serenity now, serenity now. So first thing, AK06668, I suggest you sell Finger and stick with AMC. AMC has major global following and major retail investor base, and you can see what it's done for the stock. They had a short squeeze because they were caught off guard, perhaps because of Reddit brothers and the COVID checks made it go up. I think that Melvin Capital or whomever it was got in trouble on a margin call. and you had a run in AMC because AMC has a major global following and a major retail investor base. And it ran. Shitty company, but it ran. There was COVID. People couldn't go to movies, but it ran. Well, with that major global following and major retail investor base comes major hedge funds, major short selling, major sponsorship. As I recall, it was AMC. It might have been GME, but I'm sure it happened here too. Ken Griffin of Citadel and Stevie Cohen of AMC came in and bailed out Melvin Capital. That's who I think it was. And they were able to get AMC from a major mother of all squeezes. They got it to come back down, and they made money on the way back down, and they saved their own rear ends. And since then, in AMC, because it has a major global following, a major retail investor base, the major hedge funds have been able to, in my judgment, manipulate the price of the stock over and over and over and over again. And I think in the case of AMC, they were able to get either innocently or worse into the confidence, I forget his name, Popcorn, the CEO of AMC. And AMC, they got AMC to do deals because AMC has a major global following, major retail investor base, and major short sellers and major hedge funds involved. They got Popcorn to do deals, essentially helping the major hedge funds get out of trouble. Popcorn was able to pocket money for AMC with what I think is a flawed business plan. And Popcorn was able to set up his retirement plans, his payout for years to come. And he was able to help bail out, if it was this case, the Ken Griffins and the Stevie Cohens of the world. And they were able to continue shorting and selling. They've made back everything that the news reports said that the Reddit brothers made. They, in the gullibility of all of us, I'm out of it. I never was in it. It runs up, they pop it back down. It runs up again, they pop it back down. And then they get Popcorn to dilute the shares. So AK06668, I think it's majorly, to use your word, beneficial. In the case of Finger Motion, there is one short. Who is it? It's Jeffrey Easton at the Lind Partners, New York City. Now, Jeffrey Easton, the managing member and founder of the Lind Partners, New York City, has a relationship with Benchmark Capital. Benchmark Capital referred Finger Motion to Jeffrey Easton at the Lind Partners, New York City. Philip Vallier, when they announced the deal, said, "We are pleased to be involved in Finger Motion at this time, and we are here at this exciting moment in Finger Motion's growth." And then he basically rephrased that same sentence and said it again, giving full support. The stock went down. When the stock got listed on the NASDAQ, went to $9. Somebody sold 100 million shares all at once. 10 days, and the stock went under 1. That was apparently, I've heard third hand, that Jeff Easton, managing member and founder of the Lynn Partners in New York City, told a banker who told someone who told me, so it's very third, fourth, fifth hand, that, hey, we're not, Lynn Partners isn't shorting, and it makes sense. They manage all of about $30 million. They just are out there bird dogging the next victim for their 4 customers who they syndicate deals to. And Finger became that victim. So we have one short, Jeffrey Easton. Now, the fact that there may be one client behind him or 4, it's still Jeffrey Easton, one short. Not hundreds of shorts, not Ken Griffin, not Melvin Capital, not SAC, not these big pools of money, major global following. So that's one advantage, actually, AK0668, that goes in the advantage of finger motion. There's one trap short, or one trap short and his 4 clients. Secondly, finger motion is followed by Ham for 5 years. Ace, who is terrific, absolutely terrific, an honorable man, an honest man, unflappable. Not legal advice, who is smart, went to Harvard. He's fighting the legal battles against people on the criminal side, and he's sharing his advice, which is not advice, freely. Arca, who is amazing in his analysis, technical analysis of stocks, and Avid as well, it does a terrific job in technical analysis. I think both of them, it's unfair of you. They cover it, but if you're implying they have buy recommendations blindly, they don't say that. It's what the charts tell them. And 1 or 2 others, there's not much coverage by anyone other than you. Well, I've gone over benchmark, and I'm going to read a Zero Hedge positive report. But I think AK06668, that is one of the strengths of the story. It's not widely covered. When you buy a stock, you have to be thinking, who's going to buy it from me? When you buy Apple, when you buy AMC, who's going to buy it from you? If everyone's already jumped in the pool, who's left? But when a stock setup is like this, it's undercovered. What's the next step? They have Univest. You leave out Univest. They have Univest. Do you think if Univest does a deal, they're not going to put out coverage? But then you get others coming in and in as it grows. But I think AK06668, it's a terrific question. And I hope that I've removed the just wondering why that is from your question. But we'll find out. Yeah, we're just trying to make it work. I definitely need a new computer, and I'm going to think about a way. I may just go down to Apple today or tomorrow or next week and just buy whatever they have rather than wait for the upgraded M3 chip. I need a lunch break. Yeah, I do. I'm going to read this report because the gentleman, Scott, recommend yesterday, and I think it's fair enough. I tried to download it. I was unsuccessful. Satvik Sharaya Singh, how much of your own money Ham has spent on this movement to expose naked shorts? I can't speak for him, but I know that he's given it his all. How much of my money? It's nobody's business, but I've lost millions of dollars because of the shorts. And just last month, I'm not going to give you the number, but it's a massive amount I lost. How much money do I spend? You know what, Satvik Sharaya Singh, go through Busy Brands, and I will give you this franchise, whatever it is. You can start coming on for 3, 4, 5 hours a day. I'll hand it over. Satvik Sharaya Singh. I'm totally willing to hand it over. You can have my following. You can have my time slots, and you can spend your hours doing it, and then you can answer that question from one of your audience. But suffice it to say, what motivates me is that my investors, myself, have been singed massively by the shorts. It offends me. It hurts me that people are losing money. It shouldn't be the case that somebody buys into a stock, and not only do they have to have the right timing, not only do they have to educate themselves and follow the news, they've got to fight people like Jeffrey Easton at the Lynn Partners, who is a criminal and is set out to do everything to steal from the very people who invested his deals. Well, not his institutional clients. They're the ones that start shorting. Jeffrey, is the person that sells the heroin on the street corner the criminal, or is it the person that sells the poppy seeds from Turkey? I don't know. But where's the morality? The reason you're crying is you've lost your moral compass. You can get your moral compass back it's hard, but you got to admit that you're the one who has broken the law. You're the one who has caused the theft and destruction of companies and investors' money. And they're not crying and complaining, oh, their picture, and they're actually facing losing homes, suicide, losing families, not having a retirement in the future because of your criminal deeds and your theft of their children's and their grandchildren's future. But Satvik Sharaya Singh, I'll try to put a number on that. But Satvik, I will give you come here, you can have it all. I showed one day the amount of money I've made. I haven't even made any money. I don't know how to get it from YouTube, but if you add it up, it might be $2,000 for all this many months. So if you want that income stream, I'll give it to you. In fact, Satvik, send me your details. I'll donate to you the entirety, net of I won't even take expenses out. You can have everything that's been donated to me on YouTube, minus the little bit, the dedicated for the truck. I'll give it to you. In terms of the money, I've lost money in investing. I've been stolen from. And in terms of how much money have I put in, it's a tough calculation. How much did I lose? What opportunities did I have? What should I have been doing instead of this for the last years? And I don't know, Satvik. But Satvik, go through Busy Brands. I will send you all the money I've made off of YouTube. I'll wire it as soon as you give me the details. I'll publish it, and I want your real name, and I'm going to call you out, and it's gonna be part of every live stream I do in the future. That Satvik Sharaya Singh was worried about, I don't know what, that this is some sort of scam. I love that P money. I'm going to share that. You are a genius. On Ham's tombstone, it will read, "The only way out is up." I love that. The only way out is up. P money, that is sheer genius. That is sheer genius. I got to write it down. Okay. Does the reverse split for logic to be discussed tomorrow concern you in any way? Where is it being discussed? I'd love to listen to that. I voted no. I've been burned by every reverse split. Okay. So let's talk about that again. I'm going to use my whiteboard, which I haven't used in a while because I don't know another way of doing it quickly. But Karahito, my short answer is it concerns me. Any reverse split concerns me, but it's not. It's not what concerns me. I do have some concerns, but that's not one of them. So, oh God, please. Okay, Karahito. Okay, Karahito, on this side of the ledger, I'm sure it's going to pass, but logic is selling a division of logic, a division in its entirety to Aubrey Spack, which is going to be called Collective Audience. Sorry. It's going to be called Collective Audience. This is what you just voted on. Now, ASPA is a NASDAQ company. Let me see where it's trading. Got to find the Oh, shoot. So this will be a delayed quote. Sorry for that. But we don't need the exact quote. All right. ASPA, which is trading for $10.70 right now, $10.70. ASPA is a NASDAQ company. It is going to change its name to Collective Audience, which also hopes to be a NASDAQ company. Okay, let's just talk about Aubrey SPAC for a second. I'm going to tell you in a vacuum, ASPA, Aubrey SPAC, trading at $10.70. Number one, okay, I'm just going to say in a vacuum, Aubrey SPAC is trading at 1070. The deal was etched in stone over a year ago. Aubrey SPAC is issuing to Logic 11,400,000 shares at $10 a share, etched in stone. They're selling Data Logic as a separate division to the SPAC, Aubrey SPAC, as a private company. Okay. Well, it's the SPAC is already up 7% from that $10 number. There's a low float. The last time I looked at the highest, it was going to be about 13 million shares. So this setup, Karahito, this setup in several other SPACs caused this number to go to $20, $30, $40, $60, $70 initially, because it's a little bit of a squeeze. What happens with SPACs, they raise money from wealthy individuals. They give a higher rate of return than those individuals can get elsewhere. The wealthy investors have the option to remove their subscription, to take their money back at a high rate. So where ASPA, I don't know what they were funded with. I have no idea. Maybe they had 100 million that they raised. I have no idea. But they were left with only a few million, and it might, in the report I saw, it might be 7 million in cash. But because the SEC took so long to approve this, it cost, and I'm using approximate numbers, the cost to carry the deal was like $500,000 a month. So ASPA, there's been a cash drain a little bit. But anyway, many SPACs who finally get approval and finally get their deal done, there's a miniature run up to $70, $40, $20. All right, so these are kind of the positives. 13 million. Now, let me give you my concerns. This is my concerns on the SPAC side of that deal. I just have to do one bit of calculation. I haven't gotten clarification, so I'm doing this all with my best understanding. I will try, and I'd love to know when the conversation is tomorrow, because I bet some of what I say as a concern will be addressed. But you've got 114, sorry, 11. How do I do it? How do I do it? Oh gosh, 11,400,000. Okay, I got to do it differently. 1 million. Yeah, that's how I have to do it. Okay. So I just got to write this down. And this is one of my concerns. Now I got to do it again. Okay. Am I doing this right? Yeah, I'm doing it right. But that didn't work out the way I wanted it. Let me just try it. Sorry, Karahito, you're catching me off guard, and I just want to make sure I have my arithmetic right.
Call from Gary V.
Uh, okay. For every, okay, I guess it's right. But my second calculation is not correct. No, I guess it is. All right, let me write it down. 1. I just have, it's the reverse I don't know how to do. All right, so this is one of my concerns. On the SPAC side of the deal, there were, on the OTC markets, there were 104 million shares of Logic outstanding. If you divide it by 11,400,000 shares, which are going to be issued by Aubrey SPAC to buy Data Logic to you, for every 1 share of Aubrey SPAC that you receive, you have to give up 9 shares of Logic. That's the ratio. Well, in the most recent OTC markets, it shows 132 million shares outstanding of Logic. So that ratio goes against you. You have to give up 11.5 or maybe 12 shares of Logic to get every one. And I'm having a hard time in my head to do that ratio, but in the obverse. But the point is, you get fewer shares now if this holds. That's a concern of mine. I'll quickly say, without writing them down, there's 2 offsets to that. If you read the details, it's possible that Logic has a clawback on some of those shares. That's possible. And I got to ask the question. The other possibility is, that's basically the only possibility I see. In other words, the ratio, the ultimate ratio of how many shares of Logic you get per share goes down. So let me give you that calculation. Using this is what concerns me. Okay, so here, Hito, on the SPAC side, based on the $10.70 a share, Logic, all of us collectively are going to receive $122 million. If you divide that out by the number of shares which were outstanding, I don't know, a month ago, it's $1.17 per share, the value to you and to me. Well, if it's now 132 million shares out, using the 1070, you can use the $10 number if you want. I don't want to. I'm going to use the 1070. It's 92 cents. Let me just give you let's just do it to be complete. On the $114 million number, that's 86 cents. So if instead of using $10.70, where Aubrey SPAC has traded all day long for months, and you use the $10 agreed price, this per share number would be 86 cents, not 92 cents. So my point is, I've been telling you, I don't know what, it depends on my videos, $1.10, $1.15, $1.20. I think it's 90 cents now, 92 cents. I think it's 90 cents now. So the starting point is 90 cents on the SPAC side. Now, remember what I told you, Karahito? Remember what I told you about the SPAC side. On the SPAC side, Karahito, I told you before, and I still believe, that Brent is seeing the cream of the crop in terms of deals. That's private companies with teams, technologies, revenues, earnings that want to roll up with a public company. Now, the Data Logic platform, which is where all the growth and the excitement is going to be in the SPAC. I am positive that either immediately or before the end of the year, you're going to see at least 2 new merger candidates bringing revenue, talent, technology, customers, and profit to Logic. So that's number one. Number two, I told you that there's a run up in the price of these SPACs. So pre this change in the number of shares, I thought you could see the value go from $1.20 to you and to me from the SPAC as high as $2.40, double, or even more than that. But I used the double because it could go more in terms of the initial deals. Ultimately, I think it's going to be worth a lot more, and I'm talking about value. So that 240 was double the 120. So what I'm saying, so Karahito, what I'm saying on the Logic side that you can buy now for 16 or 17 cents, once the deal becomes effective, I think you can use 90 cents on the low end or $1.80. That's double. That's what I said before, but it's not 240. Now my higher number is 180 as the value out of the gate, because this is where Data Logic's going to be. This is where the revenue is going to be. This is where the 2 or 3 companies might be rolled in. That number could go higher. All right. So I think it could be worth 90 cents to $1.80. Okay. Let me erase all that. So, Hirohito, you can buy Logic now for 20 cents. And I think the SPAC side value is now 90 cents. That's what I think, 90 cents. Not the $100, the $1.10, $1.15, $1.20 that I've used at various times. I think it's 90 cents. Okay. Now, on the Logic side, why is Logic going down? Why is Logic going down? The reason Logic is going down is the shorts, whether legal or illegal. No, it's a shell. Logic is a shell. After they distribute the Data Logic, which is their entire engine, it's a shell. So they assume they can sell it down and buy it back at 5 cents. Why? Because they don't have to deliver it. Remember, the sale of Data Logic is as a private company. The shorts have no obligation to deliver it. That's why the stock is going down. Now, Logic announced at the end of last year, and I don't know if this was the name of the company or just a placeholder. Logic announced that they were going to put a company called Privco into the Logic shell. They had a signed deal. It, at that time, was worth 40, 50, 60 cents a share. There were fewer shares by half, at least, in Logic at that time. Remember, the SEC's taken its sweet time to approve this deal. But management at Logic let this deal expire. It's my opinion they let this expire because they're seeing the cream of the crop, not because they're going to put a worse deal into the Logic shell, but because they're going to put a better deal. So I think it's safe to say that they will put a deal in that is better, equal to or better than 60 cents a share. Now, they have to allow for the extra shares outstanding, but Brent's been able to screen the best of the best. Now, I don't know what industry this is, although I have a suspicion. It may not be, that's what I want to point out. It may not be the same industry as DLQ, as the platform that DLQ is which is going into Aubrey SPAC. So my point is, whatever company is going to go into the shell, and I don't know the name, we'll call it Newco. Okay, so the Newco will go into a reverse merger into the Logic shell. I'm taking the lowest number, 40 cents a share. 40 cents a share. 40 cents a share. Now, what I don't know, and this is what concerns me, Karahito, I don't know if that's going to be a one-off. In other words, will the Newco also have other deals they can roll up and increase the size of the company? I don't know that. The other thing is the new CEO. The new CEO, will he be subject to the crimes of Jeff Easton at the Lynn Partners or other similar organizations? Or will he or she be smart enough not to fall into that trap? I don't know that. Those are my two concerns. Will the Newco roll up new shares, new companies to get this higher, or will the CEO avoid further bad deals? I got to ask those questions. I don't know. But now this goes finally, Karahito, to your question. out of the gate, your 20 cents, I think, is going to be worth $1.30 in value. 40 cents for the private co, 90 cents to you per share for Aubrey's SPAC, $1.30. Now, I want to emphasize, I think this number could double or more very, very quickly. I don't know if this is ever going to go up, but it could. That's something I don't know. But this could be $1.50, $2 or more. Depends on how the stock trades. But anyway, I just want to give a conservative value out of the box. And this should be, I would guess the record date will be within 2 or 3 weeks. The effective date should be all done and dusted very soon. Now, the CAUD, this is where I get confused with the arithmetic. For every one share, I don't know. I'm going to use 13 times. So for every one share of Logic, of the new COD, you have to give up 13 and a half shares of Logic. So at 86 cents, oh, I got to use 90 cents. Let me use 90 cents. It's about the same. I'm going to round up. I'm not rounding up to mislead you, but I'm going to round up for simplicity. And also it could be higher, but you're going to get shares of collective audience worth $12 a share. Why is that important? And by the way, I've got to point out in the proxy, it doesn't show 13 million shares outstanding of collective audience. It shows 22 million. So that's a little bit of a concern. There's some things to be clarified here, but they're not all issued. They're not all issued. So they're issued, but they're not all outstanding. So it becomes, there's some moving parts, but just sticking with the deal only, CAUD, whatever the hell, collective audience, will be a NASDAQ traded company with management, and it's a $12 stock. I think it'll have institutional support. That means funds will buy it. You will own stock of a $12 company, $12 stock. Maybe higher, trading on a NASDAQ exchange, the NASDAQ exchange. The symbol will be CAUD. Now, I've tried to explain on a per share basis, coming out of the gate, it's worth 90 cents. To double it, this could be $24. And it just depends on the deal flow he brings out. I think it's entirely possible you'll have shares worth $20, $25, $30 in the trading on NASDAQ with growth, with good management, with revenues, with exciting technology, with research, with support from big Wall Street firms. $12 a share, CAGD. Okay. So Kirohito, what you did, Kirohito, is vote against the Logic reverse merger. So the Logic shell The Logic shell, which I think will be worth 40, 50, 60 cents a share, the reverse merger into the Logic shell, you've decided that you want it to say on the OTC market. It's one thing you've decided. And you've decided that it should trade, in my example, at 40 cents. And you've further assumed that the new CEO of whatever is the reverse merger candidate won't enter into a toxic convertible note formula with a group like Jeff Easton's group, the Lynn Partners in New York City. And you assume that that CEO is going to magically be able to find funding from institutions where it's not toxic. So you assume this 40 cents won't be under pressure from short sellers. That's what you've told the CEO. Hold that tiger, hold that line at 40 cents. If you need new capital, raise it at 40 cents or better. Don't do it with Jeff Easton at the Lynn Partners. Stay on the over-the-counter markets, and I'm fine with you. I'm fine with you because I don't like reverse splits. That's what you're telling the CEO. And it's your vote. It's a very logical, it's been your experience that reverse splits with the toxic convertible notes that are illegal, that affirm the Lynn Partners out of New York City pushes on victim CEOs, it destroys the stock. It's one-way short sellers. When it says in the document, if your price goes below $1, you're not on the exchange, you're in default, and we can do all manner of bad things against the CEO and the company. Oh, but hey, Jeff Easton comes in again. We could reverse split the stock, and then he gets a bounty probably from his buddies. We could reverse split the stock, and you'll be back on the exchange. You'll be back above $1, $2, whatever the number is. And then the Jeff Easton's customers, his buddies, his pals, start selling that stock back down. But what you say is, look, you say, look, I don't trust it. There's probably a short position in Logic. And I don't think by the way, I don't think it has anything to do with Lynn Partners. I'm just using that because that's finger. You could argue that it's real shorts, because any smart money manager is going to see it's a real short, it's a shell, they're going to drive it down from 20 cents to 5 cents, or it's illegal. But what you've decided with your vote is the best thing for Logic, as it has a reverse merger into a new co. The best thing you've decided is that the new co should stay on the OTC and it should trade at 40 cents. You're hoping the new CEO doesn't enter into a toxic financing, but you expect this new co, unlike any other company on the over-the-counter market, to raise enough money for its ongoing business without going to toxic lenders that proliferate in the over-the-counter market. That's what your vote says. The other thing is you're hoping that the new co doesn't need to raise capital. They have so much business and cash flow, they don't need to raise, but you don't know that. I don't know that. So if NewCo needs to raise capital, you're saying, I want to saddle you with the most impossible position you can be in, which is be on the wild, wild west of the over-the-counter markets and trade below 50 cents and good luck. That's your vote. It may be right, by the way, Carajito. I don't know. It may be the right vote. I don't know. I don't have time to do the arithmetic. But to get where I want to go, I'll just pick a number. I'm just going to pick a number because I want to get off this topic. Let's say the NewCo's worth $500 million. I have no idea. It's just $500 million. I don't know. And right now, your vote is let's just keep the outstanding shares at 134 million. And the starting out of the gate, maybe 50 cents. I don't know if this is going to work. Let me just see. That's probably too high. Let me start with a different number. Let me do it backwards with 40 cents. And this is all guesswork because I don't know. All right, let's say the NewCo, not $500 million. Let's say it's 50 million. 50 million. Let's say the NewCo they merge in is 50 million. 50 million. With 132 million shares out there, it's worth 37.8. So if we assume the NewCo comes in with an appraised value of 50 million, with 132 million shares outstanding, it's worth 40 cents a share. And that's what you voted for, Carajito. And you're saying to the company, keep it at 40 cents or better. And if short selling comes in, fight it. You're the company, fight it. Do what no other CEO has been able to do. That's what you're saying. But that's your vote, and I respect your vote. Here's what I think's going to happen, Carajito. I looked at that proxy statement. I couldn't see the ratio. I'm sure it's there, but I'm going to make up a ratio, okay? I'm going to make up a ratio. It's so, I hate it when I can't figure things out. But you asked me the question, I'm going to try to answer. All right, so I'm going to nix that because it's too confusing. I'll say 25. I'm going to guess that they'll do a split, a reverse split. You'll get for every 25 shares of your, and I'm making this up, of your logic, you get 1 share of the NewCo, whatever the NewCo's called. And that would mean I have to, hang on, I have to take a break. I drank too much coffee. Thank you, Karahito. So anyway, I think they'll do I'm making it's for illustration only. 25-1. So now Newco will be trading at $9.50 out of the gate in this example. With the reverse split, your asset I totally misspelled that. With the reverse split, your Newco, that's on the shell side, will be trading at in my example, but it's a fair example, $9.50 a share. It'll be on the NASDAQ and institutions will support it. So what's better, to have a $9.50 stock on the NASDAQ with institutional buying and fund buying, or as you voted,
Call from FNGR.
hang on.
Call from FNGR.
All right, out of the blue, we've got a call from Hamster. Go ahead.
All right, everybody. I'm sitting here reading this conference that's going on next week, the forum, October 25th at the Mayflower. All right, I have a group of people that are going to come down. We're going to hand out flyers, and we're going to have the truck in front of the building. Everyone attending this conference, if you just read about it, I mean, it's just brutal. Whistleblowers, financial accounting fraud, the impact of artificial intelligence, advanced litigation, investigation strategies. Everybody's going to be here. You talk about giving Lynn Partner exposure. They want to be a player. We're going to let everybody know who they are. Okay? They are going to be exposed. It's going to be brutal next week. So they can keep playing here, throwing up the big offers like they keep trying to do here. Their name at the end. I can't believe this conference, and the gentleman that alerted us to us deserves a medal, because this is outstanding. We were gonna roast these motherfuckers alive on Wednesday at the Mayflower. I will be there with bells on, handing out flyers, paper describing every crime that Lynn Partners has ever done. And I'm going to bring a group of people with me that can't wait to go down there. And they're going to be standing there. We'll make sure everyone attends this.
Call from Peter Melhado.
Oh,
That these guys are still walking around. All right. So again, another thing is I posted a shareholder texted me. He has a nice sized buyer, and he's out here buying the stock. So I hope let's see, keep the pressure on these guys. They're not going away. The cost to borrow, a friend of mine told me, he doesn't know how big the short is, but the cost to borrow rate has got to be destroying them on a daily basis, destroying them. So those are the things I wanted to let you know. But if you just sat down and just look at what this conference is about, you talking about, we couldn't do any. This is unbelievable. This conference.
well, it's probably too late, but I can think of a couple of places that we might be able to get posters. For example, the median down the Connecticut Avenue, you could put a long poster in more than one place highlighting Lynn Partners or any of it, as long as they don't take them down. It could be 3 feet tall, 2 feet tall, and it runs the whole length of the space in front of Mayflower
Well,
Hotel.
you think about, I don't know the area, you think about it, but we're putting a flyer together that will be Lynn Partners' greatest hits. We will make them the stars that they wanted to be in front of every enforcement person in the planet, and legal person will be walking in this door. So we will, if we have to, we'll get a room for the night so that we can be guests at a hotel and actually have a key and they can't kick us out. So we'll be standing within the hotel and we'll actually get in there and walk around. All right. So we will be there. We will be there in force. We will give out information, and the cover will be Lynn Partners. Jeff Easton and his crew will become stars that they want to be. Let the investigation begin with them. And when they do leave, the truck is going to be in their face, reminding them again, Lynn Partners. And that's how you expose this and end this crime. And that's how we're going to do it, people. We're not letting up. If they want to threaten people, they want to be big shots, they want to be gangsters, we're coming back at them as best as we can. We're going right to the regulators and enforcement.
We could make flyers and stick them on the back of each of the toilets in each.
When they walk out, I'm going to pat everybody. When it says "kick me in the ass," it's going to have Lynn Partners on their back, so they won't get to see it.
We could have,
You know what? That's a bad idea. We'll put Lynn Partners on the toilet paper rolls and replace them. We're not going away, is what I'm trying to tell you. I know everybody's concerned about their options, and I got it. I can't stop this fraud. But again, we're going to go. We're going. If the conference was this week, I wish it was, because we're going to light these guys up. This is like the Macy's Day Parade. We're going to set off the fireworks on July 4th. I'm coming down. I think I have 5 people already. William, if we can get some of the MMTO people down there, they can hand up stuff. Listen, everybody.
There's some MMTO people in DC we probably could get to participate.
Right. So I'm just saying, everybody should try to get down there, give out whatever you want to give out. Every enforcement person involved in the SEC will be here.
I wonder if we use Jeff Easton's name enough, if we could speed up an investigation into Jeff Easton, founding member, managing director, crybaby of the Lynn Partners, New York City.
Well, I got something better to tell you. I have an attorney that's going to be in there, and I'm going to get him to talk up. Did you hear about this guy, Jeff Easton and Lynn Partners? Everybody, he's just going to, he'll have the flyer in his hand. He'll work it for us within. Okay, so we'll get that word out there. He's on our side. He'll work it within. He'll walk over to people he knows. Hey, you see about this guy, Lynn Partners?
So there'll be an attorney there networking with the power.
He'll be in the group, and he will do exactly what we need him to do.
So maybe Jeff Easton, founding member, managing director, the Lynn Partners, New York City, investment banker, investment manager, maybe should call Wes Christian or Mark Bazile before next week's conference and strike a deal. Immunity is better than nudity in a men's shower in
whatever you want to say. It will be brutal. Anybody who wants to participate, please contact William. We will be handing out in a very polite fashion and making it seem like they're missing out on the greatest opportunity to lock up Bonnie and Clyde here. And that's what we're going to be doing. The opportunity to hear at $7, this is a $1.4 billion crime. 200 million shares at $7 is a $1.4 billion crime. All right, so we're going to let them know what they're doing, everything in our power. We're going to hand it out. We're going to let these guys know this is the end of the road. The investigation into the sell tickets, into who's borrowing all these shares. How big is it? Someone said a block traded at 670. Hold on. How big? Hold on a second. That's the attorney. Hold on. I'll call him back. How big?
He's probably pissed off we put his name. Well, you didn't say his name.
I didn't say his name. He's going to be there. He works for a big law firm. And guess what he does? He does security litigation. So he's going to be there. And he reached out to me and he heard us talking about it, which I knew nothing about. And to thank that gentleman who came on your show here and he told us about it. I can't thank him enough.
And we'll be there for MMTLP, Finger, GTII, all of this fraud. Are you there?
I'm sorry, a box dropped and I thought someone fell. I don't know what it was. Anyway, what did you say? I missed it.
I just said we'd be there for all stocks, including MMTLP.
Wait, listen, anything you can do to expose the crime. Yeah.
You faded out.
I'm sorry, I'm just, I dropped everything and I ran when I heard the noise. I forgot what we were saying.
No, you got it. You got it. That's it. That's
okay.
everything.
No, I'm saying that we're doing everything in our power to expose what's going on here. MMTO people, they're welcome. Come down, submit, give us the letters from the Senate banking. We'll have that out. We will expose naked short selling. Since they don't know they're criminal yet, we want to expose, we want the face attached to the fraud.
There's no better face than Jeff Easton, in my opinion.
But we want to make sure that the regulators, enforcement, this isn't regulate, this is enforcement. This is an enforcement conference.
No better place to start than Jeff Easton, in my opinion.
And we want them to know that these unregistered toxic lenders have gone out of the way to destroy public companies, threaten people, don't like their faces and their names to be known. And guess what? We're going to take it to the best place it can be, right to the enforcement regulated conference. They'll be walking among us. We have an attorney walking among them. We will hand out information that it'll look like a child wrote it. It'll be a big billboard and pamphlets that we can hand out, and we'll make sure. And I can't thank you enough for giving us 1, 2, 3, 4 days, 5 days a heads up on what the conference is, and we will be ready. And that's all I can say.
Maybe LT knows some people that work the floor at the casino that could come in their tuxes and their hot bunny outfits, and they could walk the crowd in the hotel with in the conference and hand out pamphlets.
Again, that's not a bad idea, getting in there, but we infiltrated already. I guess an attorney in there that's on our side, okay, who knows who to reach out to. We'll have the information about Lynn Partners. He'll talk the truck up. Did you see the truck? Did you see who it is? Who's this Lynn Partners on Madison Avenue? This is amazing. All these people trying to expose fraud. How could someone not be stopping this? He will talk it up the way we need it to be spoken to, and to the right people within the conference. We don't have to go inside. This is someone that is a regulator, not a regulator, an attorney does enforcement litigation, I guess. For
we need to do one of those scans on a presentation or even on a card. So when they just click their cell phone on it, it automatically takes them to your PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you. The barcode. We put the barcode up there.
Yeah,
we'll put
so
the barcode on
they can look at Jeff Easton's mug from anywhere in the country.
How about putting the barcode on a piece of paper where they could just scan over it like a restaurant?
Exactly. You got it. That's what I'm talking about. It's a QR code, I think.
All right, so I have to go to a middle school to get some kid to design this for me because I have no clue how to do that.
Don't go to the SEC. They don't know how to
if I
do
under-
anything with computers. Go to a high
I do
school,
it-
they'll do it.
If I do it, it'll go to the local hamburger place, and they'll say, "What is the menu will be on?"
It'll go to Kramer's Steakhouse.
Well, I don't want them to hear Charlie Mayo telling us that he wants to buy stock in GTII. But again, I think that going into this weekend, going into next week, it's going to be exciting. We will build on this thing. I want people to give me your ideas for your sign, and we'll work on the pamphlet. If you have any ideas, the things that you like that can draw attention to the crime, we want it to be short, sweet, powerful. We'll do 5, 6, 8 pages. We'll do it with a barcode. We'll put it on a site. And then people scan on it. They can read about the security fraud and who they are. Outstanding. I can't believe that gentleman brought it to me. I'm so excited that
I'll try to
just
figure out
amazing.
who it was so you can give him credit. I can't remember right now.
I gave him credit. That gentleman who said that. That was it. That's good enough. There's no medals in this game. We're not looking for medals. We just want to get over the hill, destroy these guys, these naked short sellers, and then move on to save other public companies from this destruction. And once we get an army that's flush with cash, they know what we can do. There's many naked short sellers that think they're going to win this battle. They have no idea of the army building here on the Potomac here. Is that what it is? Am I correct?
The Potomac is the river, yeah.
Yep, that's where we're building. It's just like the Civil War. We're getting ready. And this is, I just can't believe that this event popped up. It's like it was sent from the gods.
Well, if we get them printed up, I'd have to go in the morning, but I could stick flyers in all the men's rooms. I don't know about the women's rooms.
No, get out of here. Listen, if we're going to do anything, we're going to put you in the hotel with a camera, have someone film you as though you're, WNBC.
As though I'm important.
Yeah, make it like you're a news agency and you can ask people for an interview. We'll get you a camera. I'm going to try to reach out to the camera crew doing the movie.
If you come down early, we could hang out at the bar the night before and then go to the lunch during, and maybe hang out at the bar, hand out these things.
Listen, William, the most important thing is if there's an entrance, we can walk in backwards. So that we like the Three Stooges. We try to get
there's at least 3 entrances, if not 4, but they lock the 2 on the side to get back in. They used to allow people to come in on the one end, but I think that's locked. So I think it's just one main entrance to come in now.
Listen, we have a bunch of days. Normally we usually get this information 7 hours to go. It's not even Friday. The event is Wednesday. What we can do between now and then as a group is unbelievable. I'm sitting here, my head is spinning, and I already found an attorney in the conference. We're having the truck, and now we're going to use, instead of handing out paperwork, we're going to use paperwork with a barcode to read about the greatest crime and whatever the headline's going to be. The biggest security fraud in U.S. history, and Lynn Partner's name, and say, here's all the information, scan the barcode. Boom, we'll list the whole crime.
Hey, Ham, one guy asked, how much money have you spent of your own money fighting this fraud?
Over 23 years, a lot.
You're so much calmer than I am. I got worked up, but you're so much calmer.
I'm so excited because this is the end. This is really, we have an at-bat with the enforcement agency.
We probably need to get more than just a handful of people. We got to flood that place to start conversations with everyone we meet. Maybe we need little cards that say MMTLP, finger, whatever, and they all go to.
Well, the MMTLP is going to be, it's easy. The MMTLP is going to be the letter from the Senate to FINRA. You can't get any stronger. That tells the whole story right there. They all know about MPCLP.
I spoke with Jen Capella from Idaho. She's the one that got that letter after 8 months of work. She got that letter out of Crapo's office. It's fantastic.
That letter is outstanding. It was written as though they, it's basically telling FINRA, hey, we know what you did. We know what you did. You're trapped. And the senator.
We should fly her in from Idaho. I wonder if.
Yes, I'll get my, I'll call my NetJets up and get my private jet to take her in. I'll be getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, traveling down to take care of this. That's what I'll be doing. But you can see the stock just popped over 670, and the second they drop it down, all the bids, and we're at 666 again, everybody. 666. I know what that means. That next week, these guys are going to get wiped out with their 666. So thank you for trying. You got a couple of days of life, and you're going to get wiped off the planet by Wednesday. I promise you, I will bring 20 people with me down there to make sure that everybody walking past this conference, everyone there will walk away knowing who these guys are. That I promise you. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. I can't believe it. I can't believe that it just popped up. I knew nothing about it. So again, these guys keep playing the game. We're taking it to the regulators. We go to the police. I told you that before. We don't duck it. We go straight at them. All right? The criminals hiding behind their computers, offshore, whatever they're doing, all these idiots writing these fake reports. We're not going away. We're just going to make it worse for them. The gravy train has come to an end here. They can keep playing with their computers, whatever the hell they're doing. But again, we're going to get them. All right?
Yeah, that's perfect.
I just wanted to let you know I'm super excited.
Great news.
It's great news that we have this event. It's great news that gentleman brought it up. And you know what? The clock is ticking now. And we have our opportunity. And you'll know right then and there what kind of government you have right then and there. Because we're not just hiding, sending something in the mail. We're not sending a letter that no one can see. We're not calling up. We are going to saturate the area with information about one toxic lender, naked short selling thief, is Lynn Partners. Their faces, their address, everything about them will be exposed on Wednesday. So
that's really unfair to Jeff Easton. He's not doing this. And it's
I'm making Jeff Easton balloons. We're going to give them out to everybody. We're going to put his face on the balloon.
He wanted to get rich by stealing. He's going to get famous.
We're going to put his face on a balloon. Anything to torture him.
I wonder how many CEOs will come to his office to raise money.
Between the videos and everything we take at this event, it will expose him. He'll have to hide in shame forever. He better start leaving the country. Anyway, listen, I think it's great. Please come back with the ideas.
Okay.
Send them to William. We need to get the paper. We'll make a site. We'll get it to a barcode so it's easy. They can read it in their chair. They don't have to walk around with any papers. We'll make it easy. And everyone will get information about Jeff Easton.
I think we should have flyers that have Jeff Easton's face on it. If they drop him on the street, everybody that walks by can see him. The Mayflower Hotel is 10 blocks at the most from the White House. It's a block and a half from K Street. It's less than a block from law firms galore.
Well, the law firms are going to be there. I can say I was looking at some of the attendance. If you look at just Google it, you'll see all the law firms.
And if Jeff Easton wants to go say confession, it's about a block and a half from St. Matthews.
It's funny. The first law firm up there was Morgan Lewis Bacchus, and this woman, I guess, is an enforcement litigator, I guess, right there. So,
Kramer's law firm is catty corner across the street.
That's Morgan Lewis Bacchus, wasn't it?
No. It's that one
the
that
other one.
you used to know the name. I used to know that. Damn it. It's the famous one that represents all the criminals, and they always have advice to CEOs on how not to be attacked by short sellers, and then they defend the short sellers. Oh shit.
Oh, I'm blank. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Gibson Dunn.
Gibson Dunn.
I told you it was on the tip of
Gibson
my tongue.
Dunn is directly diagonally across the street.
Well, again,
We could put
we are-
flyers in their office as representatives. I mean, in their
So for
lobby.
the gentleman that was the big mouth before defending Lynn,
Yeah.
tell him to come down and defend him.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
We welcome. They can come down there and say, these guys are crazy. I'm for Lynn Partners. He's got his opportunity. We'll be at the Mayflower.
Who couldn't be
Wednesday.
for? I mean, when you think about it, who couldn't be for a team that it causes the destruction of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of equity value, robs investors, robs voters, takes tax money away from thriving companies and cities, and takes all the profits offshore without paying taxes? Who couldn't be for that?
Well, again, it's important that everyone on these calls, please come up with your ideas. We want to hear it. We need help. We want to make sure that everyone's part of this. You want to be part of it. You want to be part of history. We can expose and drag down these guys, whether they like it or not. The SEC is going to have no choice, enforcement agencies, to expose these guys and drag them and put them away to investigate it. When we leave that place, subpoenas will be flying. That's what this is about. That's what we're looking for. We want to see the subpoenas and the legal teams going after the criminals, and they have no choice. They can't hide from this anymore. And that's what we're doing. And we got the greatest opportunity.
You should get one of, it's too bad Mark's Folks team couldn't come down. Those two great guys.
I thought about that.
Because you should have somebody going around taking pictures, so those pictures can go up on a website later. They can be sent to journalists, and it can be all over Twitter. Picture of Jen meeting Gary Gensler, or Anna meeting Gerbar Grawal.
I'm going to have someone taking pictures of people handing flyers to SEC enforcement people, so we know that you could see that they had these documents in their hands.
We could go to the Monica Lewinsky suite as well. No, just kidding.
All right, you're going off the deep end. Let's stay focused. Let's jot down ideas, everybody, and let's stay focused on what we want to do here. We have our opportunity, and we're going to make it bold. Like James Winston said, if we're going to do this big, if we're going to do this, let's do it big. And that's my idol. That's my football guy. So
let's make Jeff Easton famous.
That's what we're going to do. All right, William, keep up. Come up with the ideas.
Thank you.
Use the pen and paper. Jot it down.
All right, Ham.
All right, have a good day.
It's right here. Okay.
Call ended.
Karahito, I'm going to finish this quickly so we can get back to what other people want to talk about. What's happening with Logic at the end of this week, the vote? Logic, one share for 20 cents becomes, in value for your one share, you get $1.30 in value out of the gate. Roughly. Okay? That's value. So your one piece of paper becomes the Newco piece of paper and the Aubrey SPAC piece of paper. So one piece of paper becomes collective audience and Newco. Okay? Now, in the judgment of management, investment bankers, and Brent Sung, the CEO, who is on the warpath against short sellers, the best way to maintain this 90 cents in value of collective audience per share to you, to your 1 share of Logic, is to have it reverse, and that's what it's doing. It's going to have a ratio into the NASDAQ company, CAUD, starting out hopefully at a price of $12, but this price could go to $20, $25, $30. But it's in the opinion of management of Logic, the best way to maintain that 90 cents in value for you is to have a NASDAQ traded stock trading over $10 with institutional support. Works out to 90 cents a share to you. Logic's management thinks the best way with the NewCo, with the shell, to get the 40 cents per share value to you is to make sure it's a NASDAQ traded stock with institutional support. In my example, I mean, it's going to be something like that, at $9.50 a share. I mean, I made this number up, but it's, you know, that's the reverse split. The reverse split is to make sure this stock trades at high enough number that it escapes the clutches of toxic short sellers. Now, what you decided over here, you voted, you said, okay, I don't want the 90 cents a share here. I like the idea of the $12. I like that. But what you voted over here is, nah, I hate reverse splits. I've always been burned on reverse splits. Don't do a reverse split. Don't go on the NASDAQ. Don't beat trade at $9.50, which gives me a value of 40 cents. Nah, I'd rather my stock remains 40 cents and it stays on the over-the-counter market. And good luck to the management, because they should better be better than any other management team out there. They better avoid the Lynn Partners, New York City, Power Up Lending. They better avoid toxic convertible notes. They better avoid short sellers. They better find institutions who want to own stock under $5. They better find investment banks that want to run research on the stocks under $10. No, I vote no. I don't want a NASDAQ stock. I don't want a $10 stock. I don't want a stock that's trading with institutional support. I believe I have always been hurt by reverse splits, so I vote no. And that's the situation. I'm not saying you did the wrong thing. Now, my concerns are, do the new management team at this company understand what toxic convertible notes are? That's one of my concerns. My second concern is, does this team have other roll-ups to get this value going up? Those are my two concerns over here. My concern here is the number of shares seems to have gone up. And they did that really expensive financing because of the SEC's delay. What will happen as those two hedge funds came in and lent $5 million? I think they're going to make $15 million easily in profit for 6 weeks' work. But the good thing is that'll be over with. It's like ripping a Band-Aid off a hairy leg. It'll hurt briefly and then it's done. But anyway, I'm a little concerned that they increased the number of shares, but there might be an answer. But bottom line, 20 cents becomes $1.30. This could be worth more, so this could be still $2 to $2.60. There's still room here for 10x at this price. So, Carajito, that's my long answer to you. I went into a long answer because I begged off of the questions before. I have not heard back from anybody associated with Logic. So these are my thoughts alone. And I'm sure Brent has offered to come on and speak. I'm sure when the dust is settled, he will. And it may turn out that I've misinterpreted some of this. But bottom line, Carajito, I think a vote for the reverse split is what you should have voted for. I have no objection to it. Not every reverse split is on behalf of a toxic convertible group like the one spearheaded by Jeff Easton at the Lynn Partners, New York City. All right, so now let me see. No, I haven't had lunch. Ham came on. Yeah, is this my great friend, Jenny L? I got to go out. Or I'm going to try to go through these quickly. Breathe deep. The gathering doom. Let light as light fades from across the room. I know, I gotta go. I like that, Mad Max. I'd like to talk about your North Dakota oil fields. I agree with that, Tim Tobin. I think that's exactly right. Well, he has those skills. All right, I'm gonna try because I do want to eat something and then walk my dog. I didn't expect a kind of Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Our chief weapons are fear and surprise. Fear, surprise, and an almost fanatical devotion to the Pope. Our three main weapons are fear, surprise, I know. Well, look, guys, if you're defending Jeff Easton, you might as well just take your investment account, take it to Las Vegas, start trading anything in the casino, and just sit there getting drunk and lose it all. Jeff Easton is a toxic cancer on the value of the United States securities markets. The markets can't take it anymore. He's not a good man. What he does is evil, and what he does is steal, and it's not victimless. Okay, Mark Bazile posted amicus brief on. I love that. Elon Musk. The only thing I have bad to say about Elon Musk, he hopped the chick that was married to the pirate. I can't remember any names. Can there be yeah, there's failure to deliver bonds. Sure. It's all fraud. Pearl Jam at 7 p.m. All right, Zizu. Hi, Laffy. All right, I'm going down quickly. I don't want to get stuck because I don't want to hear knack, knack, knack. And I have one more thing to read to you. But I want to go. What's the second half? What's the second half of your question? Okay, is this it? Is this it? It's a code harden from a pre. I don't know. I'm going to move on. Let me see what your question was. AK, I can't find AK. Darn it. See, I knew this would happen. I couldn't find it. Well, anyway, AK, if your question appears as I go down, if it shows up again, I'll answer it. I just can't find it. Adam Aaron. Exactly. I don't remember the rest of AK 666668's question. Okay. Not legal advice, jokes on the trite might constitute a hate crime. Could be. Yeah, I'll get to it, AK 06668, especially if it's down there. But I want to read this to you. I know I'm behind because I answered the long question on logic, which I'm glad to answer. I think Hirohito had a perfect question. I also think Hirohito made a completely reasonable vote, but I wanted to show him what I think is going on. Really, we need to hear from Brent. Ace the Unflappable. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Arca. I'm sure he's gone by now. But Arca, it's my brother's birthday today, too. So happy birthday to you both. All right. So thank you, AK06668. Thank you for being a bull. By the way, I'm not Diamond Hands. If it ever turns that we need to be negative, we can do that. But in terms of more coverage, it will come. I think it'll come as soon as Finger is over $10. As soon as their next revenues come in, they are covered by benchmark capital. What if that $300 million filing actually involves financing with the big boys or an acquisition? I think Finger is going to be one of the darlings of institutional accounts. It will come. And the advantage for us is we're getting, unfortunately, if you have calls, it's no advantage of all. But if you own the stock, you're getting in at cheap valuations because Jeff Easton at The Lynn Partners New York, managing member, takes responsibility as the founder, brainiac. He funnels money to short settles. He's a front. And they keep selling it down. But I think it's an opportunity to get in inexpensively. All right. I did miss your point, AKA, but I want to move on. YouTube coverage. Well, part of the problem is I don't. Who am I, right? We need to get Frank Borders to do it. He's the powerhouse now. Well, look at this. Stocks are gambling. They shouldn't be gambling. I'd say stocks might be gambling, but it's worse. It's set up so you always lose. And Gary Gensler allows it. Think of that. And he was appointed by Joe Biden. Of course, the one before, I don't know what happened there either. All right, relax. Now everything's frozen. The Apple endless spiral of doom. All right, so I guess what I'll do is read this because I'm not going to be able to go down any more of those. So Scott pointed out yesterday there was a Seeking Alpha article written by Stella Mwande, and all right, relax, William. You think I'm starting to have a that's good advice. Sorry, 0AK0668. Well, I'm going to do another MMTLP. I've got to do it because too many people are losing I love ocean sailing. She's a princess or an archangel. Okay, let's go. I want to get through this. Sure. If he wants to come on, I'll have him on for an interview and he can do the talking. But I don't know how interesting it'll be. Okay, I gotta. No, I know, Satvik, you're not meaning disrespect. I know that, and I apologize. I've been just dressed down by a good guy telling me I was losing my cool, and it's hard to see clearly when my Irish is up. And he's right, my Irish was up. So, Satvik, I even forget your question. I appreciate your question. It was about how much money I've put up. That's what it was. I think I've put up. Anyway, I don't want to. I'm doing it voluntarily. I don't know where we go. Listen, I'll try to find that out and put it on my. I'll try to put it on my Twitter feed. I'm going very quickly through these. So if I'm missing somebody, it's not on purpose. I'm just scrolling quickly. If you really feel like I need to answer, just put it up again. Yes, I can. It's too late now, but I could have done that. Wow, I like this. Your fiance's stepfather works at the SEC in New York City. What I'd like is for Gerbir Grewal to take over the SEC. But all right, Mike Rousseau, I'll try to remember that. I had a fraternity brother named Rousseau. His father worked way up at IBM. But anyway, okay. Get off of Logic. After all, I just got off of yours. Let's get off of Logic. After all, I just got off of yours. Something is happening with Finger. You know, even though there's only one more day, AAA, what would surprise the shorts most of all is if that stock went up tomorrow. So I don't want to create false hope, but that would be maximum surprise. Why would Jeffrey go out of his way to call now? I don't know. I don't know the context of that. I like that. Put it over at the steakhouse. That would be great. Let's follow up on that. Let's do it. Borders said they placed I mean that, Dave R. That would be great. Placed a 999,999 share block, and MM's broke it down. That's amazing. And I think Borders must, because he's got the institutional contacts, he must know it. I believe him. Yeah, it's a lot per room. Why did Jeffy? No, I think Jeff Easton is a bully, and he feels entitled to his feet don't touch the sidewalk lifestyle, red carpet, glory. Look, the only other explanation is he doesn't know what he's doing, and that's pretty scary. But he's breaking the law, in my judgment. Everything, as you know, in these emails is in my judgment. So, all right, Zizu, I'll look for that. I'm really, darn it. That photo of them was, yeah, I took that photo, Brett Montgomery. I took that photo. Bill Cooper, I set up an email. Here, I write it down. It's not very clever, but it's what I came up with in the moment. I set up an email just for these purposes. Fair and balanced, fair and balanced, fair and balanced. So you can remember it. Fair and balanced, fair and balanced at Gmail. And I just set it up. I've never looked at it. I set it up, I think, yesterday, and I will look at it. I will figure out how to do it. Do we cheat them and how? I can designs for truck. Okay, email me. I'll get it to him. It's all right for multiple posts. I wasn't paying attention. I don't blame you. Tim Tubin, they are so screwed. All right, here's a joke after my Irish. I'm only repeating it because I'm Irish, part Irish. Why, when the Irishmen are making their Irish baked beans, why do they use 239 beans to make their Irish baked beans? 239? I don't know the answer. Yes, CP007. The name's Bond, James Bond. I can get him on, but only after news releases. I think he's in a quiet period. Amber H. Yeah, that's it. Because if they used one more bean, it would be too fatty. Very, very funny. Very, very funny. Farty. It would be too farty. Ah, you should have. Yes, you should have said that. It would be too farty. Ach, no. Did you hear the one about the 2 Irish homosexuals? Michael Fitzpatrick and Patrick. Well, you can finish the rest of it. It's a real thigh slapper. Yeah, I got to do that. All right, I'm going. Scott, I want to read this because of you. And I thank you. 666. There's no question they're manipulating it. They don't. What's going on is they don't want a share count to show up or a short squeeze because then we're not crazy. Well, you aren't crazy. I am. All right, Mr. Rousseau. I guess you missed me. I guess you missed me being flappable. All right, I made it to the bottom. Okay, now, all right, I'm going to go through this because Scott brought it up yesterday, and I think it's a great article. October 17th, written by Stella Milwande on Seeking Alpha. So I'm going to read it, and then if there's other questions, I'll try to be just like Ace is the place and be unflappable. But I want to read this to you. It's very good. It's excellent, in fact. Headline first. Finger motion. Of course, it didn't get any of the play like the negative. Finger motion. Stock looks attractive with big data business expansion plan. Think of SNOW, big data expansion. Summary. Finger motion plans to expand its mobile top-up services and data protection systems in order to provide shareholder value and increase recurring revenue streams. Bullet point number 2, the company's revenue has grown significantly. What? We didn't hear that. The company's revenue has grown significantly with an 86% year-over-year increase in quarter 2 and a 118% year-over-year increase for the 6 months ending August 31, 2023. Finger Motion's big data analytics platform, Sapientus, has the potential to become a significant source of revenue, particularly in the insurance industry. The past decade has seen a robust evolution of technology with components such as radios, computers, and most importantly, mobile phones weaving themselves into daily human lives. Radio's been around since the shadow knows. One company that comes to mind when I consider mobile communication and data analysis is Finger Motion. Ever since it was founded in 2016, Finger Motion has revolutionized back-end payment processing. It leverages a unique relationship with notable Chinese telecommunication providers such as China Mobile and China Unicom to offer solutions in mobile payment and recharge. Thesis to this report. Thesis by Stella Mwende. Thesis. Despite the 22.91% year-over-year drop in share price, Finger Motion looks to provide shareholder value boosted by its plan to expand mobile top-up services and other data protection systems. The company is on a path to augment its recurring revenue streams and add new customers while moving toward the insurance space. Well, it's going to do both, she means. Finger's revenue growth is also being supported by the abatement of Chinese lockdowns and by technological growth into 2024, which will also help in raising shareholder value for the stock in the long run. Financial developments. Finger Motion reported its quarter 2 fiscal year 2024 revenues, and I don't know why they do it. They must look at their calendars forward. We go backwards, or it might be something to do with the fact that Joe Biden created our calendar and Xi created theirs. I don't know, but they call this Q2 full year 2024. Obviously, this is 2023, so we're in their second quarter of 2024. But anyway, Finger Motion recorded its Q2 full year 2024 revenues at $9.3 million, which represented a 23.77 quarter-over-quarter decline. Last quarter. It's a sequential quarter. Last quarter to now, it was a decline. However, the revenue has grown 86% year over year from $5 million realized in the Q2 of 2023. So their revenue was $5 million last year, $9.3 million this year. So maybe there's a seasonal variation, which the boo birds, the criminals, didn't bring into account. Then she says, the company's prudent cost management saw it reduce its cost of revenues by 35.65 quarter over quarter to $7.4 million, thereby growing its gross profit by 157% and up to 350% year over year. So sequentially, quarter over quarter, they grew their gross profit by 157%. Year over year, they grew their gross profit 350%. For the 6 months ending August 2023, Finger grew its revenue by 118% year over year to approximately $21.5 million from $9.84 million for the 6 months last year in 2022. So for the full 6 months, rather than just looking for a quarter, for the full 6 months, they grew their revenue over 100%. Telecommunication products and services accounted for 98.9% of this revenue at 21.2 million. SMS and MMS business comprised 0.07%, while big data took up the remaining 1.06%. So big data is going to grow to become a much bigger piece of the pie. And as I said earlier to the gentleman, SMS and MMS, I think, is being reduced because it's a very low profit margin, but also it wasn't being used while businesses were shut down. And I think our rich content services will replace that. But anyway, Finger has significantly grown its telecommunication business over the past year, since it only accounted for 37% of the company's revenue. That source of revenue only accounted for 37% last year, and SMS messaging last year was 62%. So they've reduced this sort of low margin and increased it in the high margin. That's a lot of percentages, isn't it? But so telecommunications products now is 98.9%, whereas last year it was 37%. Okay, I believe Finger Motion is executing its growth strategy efficiently by expanding its products and service vertical. Finger's product offering includes payment and recharge services, device subscriptions, data plans, mobile phone redemption services for loyalty points, and mobile protection plans, unquote. The company's sales have been growing in China since most mobile phone customers in the region pay their phone bills using third-party e-marketing websites to process payments. These e-marketers include JD.com, Tmall, Pinduoduo, etc., which use government licensed portals such as the one offered by Finger to connect to the mobile telecommunications providers. To say that Finger is still in its infancy, would not be far from the truth, since it signed its volume-based agreement through its affiliate Zhizhu Technology. It signed its volume-based agreement with China Mobile Fujian in May of 2021 with China Mobile. So in less than 2 years, Finger has almost doubled its revenues, primarily by offering mobile payment and recharge premium services to China Unicom and China Mobile customers or subscribers. China Unicom and China Mobile. China Mobile subscriptions as of 2022 stood at 320 million subscriptions, having grown its clientele by 33.72% over the decade up to 2022. Finger's revenue in this segment also includes income rebates from the discounts offered through its platform, business to customer stores established on major e-commerce systems in China, and loyalty redemption partnership income. Future projects to consider. And again, this is written by Stella Mwende on Seeking Alpha. Stella Mwende. Look out for Stella. Finger's revenue in this segment, I already read that. Finger Motion's second highest earner, Big Data. Remember Snow, S-N-O-W. Big Data launched Sapientus in mid-2020. It is a data insights technology platform targeting the insurance, healthcare, government departments, and financial services segment. It leverages Finger's access to consumer data, including demographics and geographical information that it uses to determine behavioral contexts and risk ratings. That's no joke. No, I'm not kidding. It's no joke. I'm trying to sound like Joe Biden. I believe Finger has a lot to offer in the insurance space, seeing the rapid growth, the development of fintech around the world. I believe Finger has a lot to offer in the insurance space, seeing the rapid development of fintech around the world. By the way, fintech, go logic. Fintech, go logic. Fintech, go logic. All right. It will help the company's expansion drive outside the Chinese market. To put this in context, Finger, through Sapientus, entered into a collaboration agreement with its first client, Pacific Life Re, a California-based insurance company, in January of 2021. Pacific Life has more than 37 clients in at least 9 countries and has also recently expanded into Korea and China. Pacific Life Re has more than 37 clients. That's not people, that's businesses in at least 9 countries, and also recently expanded into Korea and China. Sapientus has a proprietary formula or an advanced algorithm with which it filters client data, allowing it to develop a risk rating concept. While announcing this agreement, Pacific Life Re indicated that it will specifically use Sapientus for its Chinese market in order to apply the consumer behavioral insights to deliver insurance solutions to China, which is a quote. By the end of 2022, Sapientus had signed up another customer, global reinsurance company Munich Re, a relationship which began in 2021 as a collaborative research alliance. While making this announcement, Munich Re's Chinese general manager of life and health stated, quote, "We are launching a behavioral rating services platform with Finger Motion's Sapientus following our initial collaborative research study." And of course, Jeff Lynn's customers at Jeff Easton's The Lynn Partners shorted the heck out of the stock on this news. We are launching, Munich Re said, we are launching a behavioral rating services platform with Finger Motion's Sapientus following our initial collaborative research study. Leveraging our joint data resources and analytic expertise, we will continue to expand our data inventories and finesse the model algorithms. We look to apply what we learned through our behavioral research and analysis to practical use for the benefit of our clients and insurance consumers in the Chinese market, said Eric Zhao, Munich Re's General Manager of Life and Health. Notably, the relationship between Finger and insurance companies is tied toward developing and commercializing new products while mining behavioral patterns and using unique in-house actuaries. In the long term, I believe big data analytics will form a significant percentage of Finger's revenue. Seeing its potential is research-driven in the fintech world. Sapientus has received 7 patents over the last 2 years from the National Copyright Administration of China in order to cover its proprietary algorithms and other insurance applications. The crack research team at the Lynn Partners, Jeff Easton heads up, immediately realized these patents have no value. The company is quickly shifting towards monetizing its big data analytics infrastructure through Sapientus. I expect earnings to include commissions, profit-sharing strategies, and other partnerships which will develop in the future. A financial update. Finger Motion had about $4 million in cash and short-term investments in Q2 full year 2024 compared to $2 million recorded a year ago. However, this cash has dropped 26% sequentially, quarter over quarter, from $5.4 million recorded in the first quarter of 2024, last quarter. In August of 2022, that's last year, Finger announced the closure of a $4 million funding agreement with Lind Global, which is a subsidiary of the Lind Partners, founded by Jeff Easton and managing director Jeff Easton in New York City. In August of 2022, Finger announced the closure of a $4 million funding agreement with Lind Global, proceeds which were used as working capital for the company through 2023. You can look it up, but you should look it up. It cost Finger more money to buy that note back. Jeff Easton didn't want Finger to buy it back. They fought it. And it was dear in cost to buy this toxic convertible note back from Jeff Easton at the Lind Partners, who turns down getting their entire note plus interest plus penalties paid back. A trapped short, and he's going to plead that he didn't know what was going on. The fund manager, that's the Lind Global, was also awarded warrants to buy another 3.5 million shares at $1.75. I don't think she gets how toxic the Lind Partners in New York City truly is, how devastating they are to their corporate clients' market cap. Anyway, this move was expected to help Finger introduce its device protection plan. Anyway, you can look up the press releases. They hired West Christian. They had to make a settlement with Lind Partners. Lind Partners did not want to close out the toxic convertible loan. loan. So their customers and maybe themselves, they could continue to short stock that didn't exist, roll it, move it again, but they'd always they would have that protection of that note. That protection is gone now. And people can argue how big the short position is, but there's no question in my mind the purpose of this toxic convertible note was to protect Lynn Partners and maybe its clients from a sudden uplift in the price of the stock. It was a way of hedging their risk as if they didn't have all the advantages in the world already. In the 12 months trailing the quarter ending in August of 2023, Finger Motion used up $9.7 million from operations, which might include paying off the Lynn Partners. It also used up $0.1 million in CapEx. So $100,000, that doesn't sound very much. However, the company generated $11.5 million from financing activities, leaving it with $2 million in net cash. As of August 31, 2023, Finger Motion's working ratio stood at 3.3. With its current assets at $20.1 million against current liabilities of only $6.1 million. The company's working capital going into quarter three, fiscal year 2024, their working capital is $14 million, which is adequate to cover operational expenses for the remaining 2 quarters of this year. The risk and valuation. Finger Motion's main operations are conducted in China, with the company's expansion projects still in their infancy. A disruption of the economic environment in this region would hamper growth opportunities for the company in the long run. The payment processing space upon which Finger operates is highly competitive, especially in China. But another research analyst that I read the other day points out that there's a high barrier to entry. So the opportunities, you have a highly fragmented market, high barrier to entry. You're partnered with 3 of the largest China mobile firms. You just increase your presence in that fragmented market, and it's easy to grow from a small percentage to a high percentage. Okay, another risk is Finger Motion is an American company working with its contractual affiliate Zhuji Technology to deliver services to China Mobile and China Unicom. Finger does not have a direct relationship with its Chinese clientele. Finger Motion was slapped with a short seller's report at the beginning of October 2023. That's our time. That's this month, which indicated an imminent dilution with a supposed target price of $1 a share. However, the company provided a rejoinder, including a filing with the SEC, maintaining its commitment towards accurate corporate governance and financial disclosure by the United States SEC and NASDAQ rules. In regard to its, quote, $300 million shelf registration and $25 million at the market agreement, unquote, Finger states that it had the Form S-3 in order to guide easy access to capital and to prevent stock dilution. Finger's forward price to sales ratio stands at 4.66. against the industry average of 1.06, a difference of 335%. The price to book ratio stands at 24.46 against the sector average of 1.54, a difference of more than 1,500%. These figures show that the stock is overvalued and we may see some downside. However, I think that this situation may reverse once the company updates its business performance in the second half of 2024. That's right now. That's this quarter and next quarter. Bottom line. There's a black spot there, so I can't read it all, but I'll read what I can. Bottom line, I believe Finger Motion is in the infancy stages of growing its revenue after signing its first contracts in 2021. The company is steadily building its revenue streams while raising capital in a challenging environment in order to fund growth programs. According to me, that's her, the shift from SMS messaging, blah, 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 blah. I think what she's saying is it's a shift from, you know what, I think I can locate it on my phone and read it to you. It's going to take me a second to open it. And then I'll answer some questions. And then it looks like Finger closed at 6666 again. Yeah, I can read the last paragraph from my phone. So bottom line, Stella Mwende says, I believe Finger Motion is in the infancy stages of growing its revenue after signing its first contracts in 2021. The company is steadily building its revenue streams while raising capital in a challenging environment in order to fund growth programs. According to me, the shift from SMS messaging, which had low margins, to the mobile recharge device protection business and big data analytics is a masterstroke. I like it. It's a masterstroke. I expect long-term marginal growth into next year, which she calls fiscal year 2025. But it's next year because this is fiscal year 2024 on the Chinese calendar. As the company stabilizes its revenue. For these reasons, I recommend a buy rating in the stock. This article was written by Stella Mwende, who has more than 5 years experience in the financial industry. I focus mostly in the commodities, foreign exchange, and cryptocurrencies. I also write on general issues like equity research, economics, and geopolitics. Fellow contributor Crispus Nyaga is my colleague. Crispus Nyaga. It looks like she has a long position in the stock. All right, I did it. Scott, I did it. I did it. Okay, I'm going to go back password. I do have to have, I haven't eaten today. I have to keep my balance. Mocking us. No. No, I didn't eat. I'm going to go now. I don't know. I'll do something, and then I'm going to walk my dog. Pharaoh, it seems like the Duke wants us to win. Border said 1 million bid. No other whales helping yet? Thoughts? Well, the Duke must talk to Border to get the information broadcast, but I didn't know there was a 1 million share bid. I do have some information which I think's as good or better than Border's information. I just don't put it out there because I was trained on Wall Street. Basically, the relationship between me and a client, or me and what might be construed as material. Well, I don't know in this case if it would be material. But anyway, I keep my mouth shut. I keep information close to my vest. But I do believe, Pharaoh, that the Duke wants us to win. And I know him. He doesn't really know me that well. I met him, spent some time with him, and I think very highly of him. Very highly of him. I was impressed, and I think his efforts are to cause us to win. I think it's going to be hard to win tomorrow in terms of options, call options. I've been saying that for a few days, but it could happen. It could happen. It wouldn't take much to surprise those who are short calls and have to, you get this stock. What Border said last month, that it would run through all the strike prices last month, maybe he was right. Maybe he just missed it by a month. Tomorrow's last call, Scott, but it might be that we were right in our calls and wrong in the timing. We could be right in our call on the stock, but in our call options, we're wrong, and it goes up next week. That would be a real shame. But there's hope for tomorrow. And the thing is, if it were to go tomorrow, it would surprise the heck out of the shorts, and they're not ready for it. And that would be a short squeeze. But I've cautioned you, a very successful cultural difference between Chinese industry and U.S. industry. There's a bit of gung-hoism in the United States. In China, everything is deliberate. They seek consensus. They're very careful. They don't quit. They work hard. They're obviously very smart in this case, and they move the ball down the road until it scores. And so I wouldn't be surprised if nothing happens tomorrow and it happens in 2 weeks. That would hurt the most of us who own calls, but it still would be the catalyst that makes people who own the stock experience life-changing reward. Yeah, maybe I've come a long way, but from a low base. I'll do it again. What I want to get is a little bit of a. They have big ones, but they have smaller ones where I can have a little wood fire sitting next to me, and I'll do it when it was hot, and in the summer the air conditioners make too much noise, so I came in here. But I also I probably need to get a new computer before I go back out there. I'll work on it. Thank you. I might end my I might end my call on that. Let's see if there's anything else. Thank you, Mike Cicerone. Cicceroni. Ciscaroni. Ciceroni. I'm going to go with Cicerone. It could be Ciccaroni. You never know. All right, I'm trying to see, particularly looking out for that 6668 guy. If he asked another question, and I don't see it. That's who I meant. That's my fear. Marrying a woman like Amber Heard. Oh my God, that's my fear. Okay, I'm gonna end on this gentleman's. Let me go down to him. I'm gonna end on Welby. Where is Welby? Yeah, there's Welby. That's exactly right, Welby. If Univest wants to show up, tomorrow would be a good day. I don't know what they're waiting for. They burned a lot of potential gamma squeeze calls last month. Looks like they're going to do it again today. But remember, they're so big. They don't need us. They're not thinking about us. They're doing it for their own book. And I think this report, the earnings report, was very good. And in a normal market, the stock would have gone up. But Jeff Easton's buddies that he fronts for, and maybe Jeff Easton, and then all the research, all that, they all racketeered. They broke the law. They put out reports that were false. They put out headlines that were misleading. They got the algorithms to sell, and they stole from you. They stole from you. And Jeff Easton's crying, I can't take it anymore. They're talking about me. It hurts my family. Well, stop stealing. Stop destroying companies. Stop destroying cities. Stop destroying careers. Stop destroying dreams. Stop destroying investment accounts. Stop destroying regular accounts. Stop lying to yourself, Jeffrey Easton, founder, managing director of a front for crooks, The Lynn Partners, New York City. You're not going to listen to me, and my tone of voice is not conciliatory, but I think you would save your family, your friends, and yourself a lot of further damage if you were to pick up the phone and call Mark Bazile, Wes Christian, Richard Hoffman, I don't know, any attorney not related to your current attorney that writes these toxic note documents, or to your client's attorneys. They're going to turn on you, Jeff. They will sell you down the river. You've already cried. You've already shown you're weak. They're already worried you're going to tattletale on them. I would move now. I'd stop crying, get on the phone, arrange a meeting with Gerber Grawal, who I think you can trust. And make a plea arrangement. And you got to make it spread across the DOJ. Probably across the IRS. I don't know. And if you're married, I don't know if you're married. And if you're married to a woman, I only make that distinction because my brother actually told me, he's a smart guy. He said that about Kurt Kramer. Kurt Kramer probably hadn't told his wife yet, because patterns of behavior, men like Kurt Kramer don't tell their wives. He's probably done it by now. So I think that's one thing you need to do. And the point was, maybe women, I don't know what the point was. And maybe it can be a male wife too. I don't know. But you're gonna have to open up to your wife too. Anyway, I'll stop with the advice. I'm sure I have enough trouble keeping my own life together that I don't need to give you advice. But at a minimum, you should be aware that your so-called friends that are your source of revenue, they're going to shut you out. They're going to turn on you. And you will be the sacrificial lamb. That'll be misplaced loyalty if you stick with them, but go ahead. Yeah, there you go. Bernie Madoff never told his wife, and look how bitter she became. Charles Yu, I was given this by a dear friend who's Chinese, and you might even know her. She's well connected with everyone from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush to other names too that are more current. She's terrific. I don't know what it says up there, but she's so loved and beloved that she gets a lot of gifts, and she gives a lot of gifts. But I hope it says something good, Charles Yu. I've really enjoyed working with Chinese clients and friends, and I wish that the United States of America would stay friends with China, and we should be friends with China. And anyway, I hope it continues. I gotta go eat, I know. Finger is now on short stale restricted list, zero borrow list. It could be a really interesting day tomorrow. Nag. Well, it's my stomach, I know. And he's actually asleep. Stop ignoring me. I just saw you, Jenny. Nagger, biggest nagger in the world. Nag. Well, I think if the short sale the reverse split doesn't pass, they'll just have to put it out again for a vote again. But I think it'll pass. Don't worry about your vote. Forget who I was talking to. Carahito. I can understand that vote. there was no explanation. And when I saw it, I went, uh-oh, they're going to have short sellers, all this. But anyway, that's my interpretation of what's going on. There'll be Deacon Blues. I think it's okay that Caro Hito voted the way he did, and I certainly understand it. I need a conk on the head. The Duke of Earl. The Duke of Earl. All right. Hang on. Hang on. I'm going to sign off here and I'll be with you. All right. I'm going to tell everyone, especially Jenny, Rebecca, thank you, and everyone, thank you. And even the questions I responded to badly. But Jenny, everybody, say a little prayer for Jenny, and I'm going to sign out. Peace, love, happiness, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Thank you. That's great, Star SS. Awesome, Star SS.